everyone, and welcome to Xi'An, China, and day 2 of the ISU Junior Grand Prix. It's the women's free program up next, and boy, did we see some wonderful performances in the short. It's essentially a tie for third at the moment with 2 skaters at 66 points. Karuka Wada of Japan skated a clean and powerful program, earning 66.20. And just 6/10 ahead in third is Yuxuan Liu of China with a 66.72. In second at the moment is Karen Miyazaki of Japan with a 67.21, and the leader by 5.5 points is neutral athlete Sofia Zepka. As it always is, it comes down to the free program where enough points are available to change the result. It is the women's final, 34 skaters from 21 nations. The women's free begins right now. Welcome everyone to the final event here in Xi'An of day number 2, the women's free program. We just witnessed the free dance, and that was a special event indeed. Mark Hanratty joining me from his studio in Nottingham. Mark, that was pretty exciting, and now we move into the women's event.
Yes, wonderful to see the first title crowned on the Junior Grand Prix series this year, and it will be 3 or 4 hours before you get the next one done.
We'll step aside as you get introduced to group number 1.
Representing Mongolia,
蒙古选手
Amina Denisovna. Representing Andorra,
安道尔选手
Andrea Pazos Guerra. Representing Israel,
以色列选手
Shaket Pinchas. Representing Philippines,
菲律宾选手
Isabella Miel Hazelton. Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
So the first of 6 warm-up groups is underway. 6 minutes for the skaters who are ranked also with a short program, but they all here to represent their nation and their families and themselves with as much pride and aplomb as is possible. We look forward to seeing for the first time on the Junior Grand Prix this year some of the new criteria. So just to remind those of you that have been with us over the course of the past 2 days, and those that are perhaps joining us, that on this free skate we will see choreographic spin elements being performed. Only 6 jumping passes as opposed to 7. There'll also be different jump combinations or sequences seen with the implications of the change with the Euler. That might sound a little bit confusing, but not the eagle-eyed audience members who will see any differences from last season.
Well, it's been a busy day, Mark, of course, with the men's short program, the free dance, and now we have the women's free program moving along. And we saw brilliant ice dancing, of course, and some really good skating in the men's event. And of course, yesterday in the short program, some terrific results and some brilliant skating from these young women. And as we mentioned, there will be, in 34 of them, there will be a wide range of skill levels. So, but we've talked about this numerous times about the access to resources, both ice rinks and facilities and coaches and whatnot. And this is one of the reasons you see it. But it's open for all federations to participate in, and that's what we will see over the next few hours. But the final 2 or 3 groups have a very high standard, Mark.
Yes, so true. And looking down the planned program content of the 36 women competing. No triple axels in the planned program content. It's not to say that they may not surprise us, and there may be some who are capable, but there is a quadruple jump planned for the leader, Sofia Zepka, in her free skate. She may not need that to win the title for sure, but we just wait to see as the season unfolds what will be the prerequisites for becoming potentially the new junior world champion, because of course it's the first time in 5 years that Mao Shimada will not be competing at a junior world championship since she successfully used triple axe and quad throws to win her title.
Well, she kind of hogged that gold medal and certainly deserved it and owned it. Like, that's mine, I'm going to earn it. But now she's moved on to seniors. I've said in the openings a couple of times that how interesting will it be as we witness her enter the senior? Will she be challenging for the top 3 positions on the Grand Prix? I think, yes, she could be challenging for that. Will it be at the world level? I don't know. Maybe. She's simply brilliant and has delivered on cue all the time. So what will it be in seniors? We'll be anxious to see.
Well, and that kind of leads me on to one of the questions that has come in. So again, thank you to those of you that have sent any questions in to Ted and myself. We'd be delighted to hear from you. And often we are asked who our favorite skaters are. And that led me to thinking about what you were talking about, Mao Shimada and her entry into the senior ranks. She recently competed in a Japanese domestic event, and she was resplendent there taking the title, but she was narrowly above Yuna Aoki, who is one of my personal favorite skaters. She was the 4 continents champion. But it just gives you the result of Mao Shimada beating her only serves to affirm that Mao is quite likely to head in pretty highly in the senior ranks when we see her compete later in the season.
But there's going to be some good skaters joining the senior ranks. Some have retired, of course, and others have ascended to the top group. So we'll see what happens over many months, and I think the fans around the world, which have been growing over the past year since the Olympic Games and the World Championships, are going to follow this very closely, and they're going to start to take a look at what they can expect at the 2030 Games in the French Alps.
And have we even seen yet? Perhaps we haven't really connected yet with somebody that will go on to be the Olympic champion in 2030.
Absolutely correct.
Well, I don't know. Maybe if you might have predicted that Alyssa Liu could become the 2026 Olympic champion by the time of the previous Olympics, but
I would have said she could be in the fold, right? But you don't, because the technical elements. When she was a junior, she had a quad lutz and she had a triple axel and whatnot, and then she changed. But she brought different assets. She had changed who she was and how she performed and used those strengths to take the title. So look, she's a special performer, special athlete, and who knows what will happen. We'll hopefully see her this season.
Yeah, certainly. Of the front runners, we know that Moni Chiba is definitely returning to competition. Amber Glenn, she recently released her new material, the programs that she's choreographed, and Isabel Levito, as you mentioned on the broadcast yesterday, she showcased in fact, she was one of the earlier skaters to reveal their music. We skated to the Pirates of the Caribbean. Is that the top 5? Like, give me the top 5. Amber, Cowie's out.
I don't know. My brain's a
and
little. My brain's a little fried right now. Yeah, exactly. It's been a long day, but here we go. 34 skaters in the women's free program. The champion will be crowned. The medalists will be awarded. And here is our first skater representing India, and quite the story, Jessie Raj Mathapru.
I was delighted to see, Ted, online that there was so much support for Jessie Raj Mathapru. Rightly so, as she skates to SOS de Xi'An en détresse.
de jour, coup fou de la vie, avec les ponts dessinés. J'ai comme deux zombies, tu me t'avances, je sens quelque chose qui m'attire, qui m'attire, voilà. Pourquoi je vis? Pourquoi je meurs? Pourquoi je ris? Pourquoi je pleure? J'y crois comme des autres. On était notre amour.
Well, you know, Mark, I have such incredible admiration for Jesse Raj because the courage that it takes to skate, and they come in here into a big building with a big audience, probably never have skated in front of this many people, with the skills that they have and the passion they have for skating to come out on this ice. And she skated really well for herself at the level that she's at right now. I just don't have that courage, and she does. And,
No.
you know, it's just amazing. You've talked about the story. You know, go ahead and take us through the program and fill us in again.
Well, as we look back at what Jessie has delivered here, we can see her going for the double salchow. But this is a couple of things to be grateful for. The fact that Jessie is here representing and taking back the information that she will learn from this to other skaters at home, we hope. But also well done to the Indian Figure Skating Association, because I think from memory, they're being quite proactive on social media, and they're obviously supporting the athletes because they don't just have one athlete here. It's not just one family pushing one person. They have two representatives here, and that indicative of the push that they have. And I also wonder whether or not there's been work done by an Indian Figure Skating Association to try to attract some of the roller skaters across to the ice, because both Jessie and the men's Indian skater, they were roller skaters before. Now they have switched to the world of ice, as we see her working through the double flip, and then a shame here, slipping a little bit and then having a fall in the the single axel. One thing that I would love to say, if I was to have the chance to speak to Jessie as we see her going in for the next double salchow, is I know that she's explained to me that she can scroll Instagram watching skating for hours, or TikTok and study skating online. Now being here and being alongside some of the Japanese, Koreans, and the neutral athletes that are so wonderful, to help her to connect it now as a reality for her, potentially to be able to go back and demand more from herself in her technique and in her skating skills, such that it doesn't stay something as removed through a screen for her. Hopefully now this experience will help motivate her to demand that level of quality from herself.
Yeah, really good point, Mark. Really good point. As we see Richard Laidlaw in the kiss and cry, so helpful to so many athletes around the world. We'll take a look at the scores. And she's got a smile. I mean, she just had no fear on that performance to step out. She has a 26.89, first skater out in this event with a total competition score of 40.30, and a great support from Richard for this experience, her first experience on the Junior Grand Prix circuit. Something very special. Our next skater represents Mongolia, 15-year-old Amina Dinasova. She's coached and choreographed by Maral Erdain. Gensuk.
And one of the highlights of the short program was seeing the joy on the faces of both Amina and her coach, Maral Erdin. Let's hope that we can see that again in about 4 minutes' time.
Amina Dinasova from Mongolia, and another example, Mark, of a skater with limited, extremely limited resources. here for the pure love of it and the pure challenge of it to meet her standard of what she can do under these conditions. And you could see it. You mentioned it offline. What a beautiful smile. She looks like she's loving this moment.
Oh, that choreo sequence, the spiral and the back spiral and the smile that she exuded towards the judging panel was just beautiful. And actually, I don't know if I'm morphing more and more into you, Ted Barton, with every passing year of the Junior Grand Prix, but I'm here to champion these skaters from the lesser skating nations. You can see struggling with some of the jumping passes, but interestingly, as we see that double loop, Amina actually, I think, has good technique. Like, I don't think there's an issue really with the technique that she's got. There's an issue perhaps with the repetitions that she's been able to do or the confidence to do more multi-rotation jumps, but she's a very tidy skater and a classy skater, I think. Just not the difficulty.
Well, you saw some, like that double loop was a really good technique, and she did it. She didn't do everything that she's capable of doing in practice session as well. There's that double toe, looked good, had a little bit of a hop after that, and then the single loop jump. But look at this. I mean, she was enjoying that moment.
Yeah. And here, oozing a performance ability. I wonder what the choreo sequence GOE would be. I hope there'll be a sneaky +1 in there or so.
Yeah, and in some ways, this is sort of an inner and sort of a demonstration of inner human beauty. It wasn't about the difficulty and about the sensationalism of it. It was about, I want to be here. I love being here. Here's what I can do. That was special.
And as I mentioned in the short program, it's so important not just that Amina is here, but that Marel Erdine is here as well, and that then they take all that they can from this experience and take it back to return. And I think at 15 years of age, I really hope that Amina wants to continue skating and return here next year with, come on, let's see Amina, a triple salchow from you next year. I think you're capable.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to work. It depends whether they have enough ice time and etc. But also, you know, these skaters may be officials in the future. They might be coaches in the future and bring the next generation of skaters in Mongolia, you know, to the ice and into the passion of skating.
You can tell there's not the elation as there was after the short program, which makes me sad. And I think the flying camel spin was the thing that is going to be frustrating Amina, because that was a tough fall that was not necessary, but one that was unfortunate. And you could just see, I think, her coach.
Yeah, you can see the
talking through it.
Yes, talking through the technique and the position.
But it did seem that within Amina's, you know, all of the technique looked organized. Even when she did the backspin as part of the combo spin, you could see her over her right side. You could just see the consideration of technique and rotational position just in the way that she's moving now, or was moving. Yeah, go on, get a selfie out.
Yeah.
Make a moment. Take a moment.
Absolutely. The free program score, 35.74. That is first so far. Second skater out in this competition with the total competition score of 54.66. Our next skater represents Andorra, 18-year-old Andrea Pazos Guerrera. Second Junior Grand Prix season. She's coached and choreographed by Eric Demina.
Si me das a elegir entre tú y el
Andorra's Andrea Pazasquera. And a shame that at the end, what I think was going to be one of the leveled spins went awry for Andrea, because otherwise that was going to be, I think, one of her strongest performances on the Junior Grand Prix. She had over 50 points a couple of years ago, I think, in Ostrava and Gdansk, and bordering around 50 points last year when she competed in Ankara and Gdansk again. But this season, significantly more speed. She attempted the double flip, double axel, but she also attempted a triple salto, which she hasn't done on the Junior Grand Prix over the past 2 years, and she's doing it with speed and attack, which was good to see. And definitely a visible and evident improvement, but then things started to fatigue, and later more mistakes unfortunately took place. This was good. Double loop was good. And then as to was this double loops coming in base in terms of the grade of execution from the judges, but then later on, like I said, those spins here, it's going to be, I think, a sit behind feature. She lost that. And it's also important for us to acknowledge that because there's one less jump, the points are likely to be lower. So I can recognize that Andrea has improved significantly, but losing that spin and then obviously the one less jump is going to mean that the score will be lower, despite the fact that she is a better skater than she was over the course of the last 2 Junior Grand Prix series. Good to see her smiling in the kiss and cry. Coach Edgar Escuer. And this will be the final Junior Grand Prix series for Andrea. So I'm not sure. Hopefully she'll be competing again this series. She's competed at 2 Junior Grand Prix events last year and 2 the year before. So hopefully she'll be back at maybe Gdansk again, which will be the final stop of the Junior Grand Prix.
Let's take a look at the scores for the free program for Andrea. And there it is, 42.16. That is first in the free program with a total competition score of 65.87 as she takes over the lead very early on in this competition. Our next skater is 13 years old, representing Israel, Xi'An Pinchas. She's coached by Julia and Sergei Shaiko.
Xi'An will have seen her training mate Kirill Shaiko skate earlier in the men's short program. He landing his first triple axel in competition. Now her turn as she skates to Maison.
cœurs se ressemblent. Est-ce qu'on finit par voir ce qu'on a sans maman? Dis-le-moi. Au-delà de l'orage, il y a de l'amour, de l'amour, de l'amour. Quand le ciel s'ouvre, tout devient calme et tout va bien. Où va-t-il? Le bonheur se file fragile quand il vacille et se brise. Maman, dis-le-moi. Où va-t-il? Pourquoi le monde semble si grand quand on devient encore plus grand? Qu'avant que deviennent les rêves qui s'enfuient et les souvenirs qu'on oublie. Est-ce que j'aurai toujours des questions? Peut-être que j'en ferai des chansons. Maman, dis-le-moi. De l'amour, de l'amour, de l'amour. Quand le ciel s'ouvre, tout devient calme et tout va bien.
Representing
Well, Mark,
Israel.
10 elements, and we have 7 reviews in this program. Now, what's important about that is for the skater. They need to get that accurate, detailed report card so that they can take a look at what they felt they did and what they did do in the eyes of the judges, and then they can continue their improvement. So it'll take a little while working through this because some of the elements were looked to be under-rotated. They'll be checked out by the technical panel.
Yeah, and for Sheka, that will be great feedback. But interestingly, she has in her coach Julia Sheko another ISU championship level technical specialist. And Julia, actually, she just she did that this summer as well. And they were explaining that as we look back at the double Lutz, double toe, Euler, double Salchow, that the number of people who passed the exam to be an ISU tech spec is very low percentage. And so that just corroborates all we've said about the difficulty of the job and the level of standard required as we see that unfortunate fall on the flip.
The examinations of the technical panel, I've been part of when we were developing the system. They're so stressful, people. I can understand. It's really, really difficult. But it's a good thing for them to go through because it's stressful being on that panel right now. But they're very efficient. We see the double flip, double loop.
That was good, the double flip, double loop from Sheka there, because she had intended to do double loops, double loop earlier and had a little bit of a rough landing. And so she was thinking on her feet and being smart to then make sure that she put the combo in later. So kudos to them. Shaping hearts and the kissing crown. Well done. And actually, Ted, as we see Julia on screen, I heard a statistic about those that passed the ISU Championship Tech Spec this summer. Something like only 1/3 of the people that attempted the test passed the exam. So a real testament to the standards that the tech specs were held accountable to.
Well, the ISU has a focus on making sure that the officials that move forward have the skill level and to really be able to do the high level. They've always had that, of course, but it's so important in the technical panel work and the judge work that they understand in detail, and not only understand it, that's one thing, but applying that in a group. So the communication skills on a technical panel, very, very important. Observation skills, watching the videos, very, very important. So there's more than just knowing the sport. It's applying what your knowledge is into the system. As we watch right now, we watch the operation happening, listening to each other, counting the rotations. They split up the jobs in some cases, perhaps on the spin or the step sequence. So they're working very, very difficult, very, very hard on making sure they follow the exact criteria as a team. And of course,
now we get the chance to see them. Now,
yeah, no, we do,
that.
and exactly, and we know that the skaters early on and the juniors have a lot of under rotations and details that have to be looked at, but they take every performance, high or low, very seriously. Let's take a look at the scores. 43.33 for Sheikh Pinchas from Israel. That is first in the free program with a total competition score of 67.44.
6-7.
Oh, what did I say?
No, you're right. It's just
Okay.
the meme thing that the
Oh,
Spains
the
all do with the
6-7. I thought
6-7.
you were telling me I said the score wrong, which is very possible.
No, you were good.
Okay, here we go.
You did.
Our next skater represents the Philippines, Isabella Biel Hazelton, 18 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event.
And Isabella will be skating to On My Own from Les Miserables.
And now I'm all alone again, nowhere to turn, no one to go to. Without a hope, without a friend, without a face to say hello to. And now the night is near. Now I can make believe he's here. Sometimes I walk alone at night when everybody else is sleeping. I think of him and then I'm happy with the company I'm keeping. The city goes to bed and I can live inside my head. On my own, pretending he's beside me. All alone, I walk with him till morning. Without him, I feel his arms around me. And when I lose my way, I close my eyes and he has found me. And I know it's only in my mind that I'm talking to myself and not to him. And although I know that he is mine, still I say there's a way for us. I love him, but when the night is over, he's gone. The river's just a river. Without him, the world around me changes. The trees are buried everywhere, the streets are full of strangers. I love him, but every day I'm learning. All my life, I've only been pretending. Without me, his world will go on turning. A world that's full of happiness that I have never known. I love him. I love him. I love him, but only on my own.
Isabella Miel Hazelton representing the Philippines. Now, I'm really interested to see what will happen with the review of this because Isabella fell on triple tackle last year at the Junior Grand Prix, and at the Cranberry Cup, it was under rotated. I'm hoping that she might finally have got her first fully rotated landed triple salco. But irrespective of the tech stuff, for me, Isabella is a joy to watch, and I think that I sincerely hope that she will return and she'll increase her technical difficulty for seniors. But if not, I think she would have a wonderful career in show skating.
I have rarely seen a skater, no matter what the level technically is, keep the passion for every movement and connected to the music all the way from the first note to the last. And I think, the triple salchow was under-rotated. It looked like it was going to come in clean. Darn it. Anyways, she is a joy to watch, and that's the entertainment of skating, because I believe that that emotion is real, that comes from her. She loves being out there, loves to connect to the music, as we take a look here at double salchow a little bit later in the program.
And there's such a place for it. Yeah, of course, you want to see quadruple jumps and technical boundaries being pushed, but there's a place for that sincerity and movement. And also, in addition to the sincerity of her presentation, as we see so wonderfully done within the choreo sequence, got to acknowledge the choreo spin, the new element. I think that judge is being nice there, by the way. Sometimes the judges don't always give you good vibes back. They just stare blank.
Yeah, sometimes they feel a little awkward, but she was nice.
Yeah. But this is the choreo spin, and so that's the new element, and it looks like Isabella's obviously worked hard in coming up with something creative, unique, and difficult, as to was the passionate indignation. That's not so creative, we've seen that done before, but she was passionate.
Look at the joy. She's just kind of wrapped in the flag and enjoying that moment. That is the pure beauty of skating. When you love it so much, it doesn't matter where it is and what the circumstance is. I just want to get out on the ice and perform and enjoy it. It's easy to say, but it's usually just innate in a person. You don't have to teach it. It's
so
just
true.
there.
So true. And also, hopefully, because last year she had a 53.1 at the Grand Prix in Bangkok, and then she competed at the Cranberry Cup a few weeks ago and she had a 56.46. Hopefully, despite the fact that I think that her greatest asset isn't rewarded in numbers so much, she will have her best numbers as well with that skate.
Well, that is good indeed. That smile has not left her face since she, I think, stepped on the ice.
And it could be that it's, I don't know if Isabella's intending to compete on another Junior Grand Prix this year, but it could be that that might be one of her last Junior, certainly her last Junior Grand Prix as well, which is another chapter. It's a big moment really as well.
Yeah. But, it's funny because it's not just the words that we're saying in this. It is, we watch skating all our life and participate in it, but when you see a skater skate with that much passion and emotion, and although it gave us great joy to watch, I think it obviously gave her way more joy to do. And I think she would do it like that in every time she runs her program, regardless of whether she falls or lands all her jumps. I think she just loves to do it, loves to skate to the music.
Yeah, and I think as we age and get more life wisdom, that's the kind of skating that I do enjoy watching. Somebody that's willing to
sincere.
put their heart on their sleeve.
It's very sincere.
Yeah, sincere, authentic.
Yeah, totally.
So just the final review concluded, and oh no, the choreo spin's not gone in.
Why?
So the wonderful choreo spin.
There's got to be some illegality in there. Okay.
Yeah, her score has just dropped now down, potentially below what she had last year, which is a shame because I thought the choreo spin was really good.
Well, our personal best was 53.10. We'll see what this score is here now. Not too bad about the choreo spin. We'll have to find out why. Let's take a look. 55.36. That is first in the free program with the total competition score. And you can see her go, oh, I thought it might be more. 80.97 as she takes the lead. Well, it was a wonderful performance. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Isabella, keep your passion always as you skate and through life.
Let's welcome our next group of skaters.
欢迎第二组选手入场，
Representing Indonesia,
印度尼西亚选手
Candy Lieve Tilana Lim. Representing Singapore,
新加坡选手
Viana Shenro Link. Representing Uzbekistan,
乌兹别克斯坦选手
Elizaveta Grashenkova. Representing Israel,
以色列选手
Isabella Kirilova. Representing Malaysia,
马来西亚选手
Violet Xi'An Yi. Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
There's a look at the start order for group
This
number 2.
16-year-old high school student
And Mark,
enjoys
you were
arts
just
and
mentioning
crafts,
offline we
piano,
don't have any
and
questions,
reading.
so are you
This
gonna
is
do a
her
little begging?
junior Grand Prix debut.
Yes,
She's in
begging,
29th
pleading.
place after the short
Okay.
program and
Quizzing,
represents
questioning, because otherwise
Indonesia.
you'll be,
Candy Leve
exposed to
Tilana
me finding
Lim.
questions for Ted, and
将
that-
在
well,
本
actually,
组
maybe
中
it's
首先登场的这位选手，在西安迎来他青年组大奖赛的首秀。
Instead,
昨天的短节目
save
后，
it
暂时
for
排在第
ourselves.
29位
And。
各位观众
please let us know if you do have any questions pertaining to skating on this year's junior or senior Grand Prix. We're eager to hear from you. We're eager to hear who indeed you are even eager to watch, because it's always great for the skaters to know on re-review of the event that there are people out there watching and supporting them.
Okay. You filled
So
some
in
air.
which case, in the absence of a question, what do you think you would do posed with the new element this year, choreographic spin, knowing that the choreographic spin is going to have a fixed level and the GOE is important? Where do you think you would go with it, Ted? What do you think you would be inclined to do?
Kind of just what we saw the last skater do. I kind of like that, but we don't know why she lost the, lost the level, right? There wasn't, she got no score on that. So I like it. First of all, I was not a particularly good spinner because I didn't have a lot of flexibility, so I'd probably just skip the whole thing. Just forget about it. I'm not sure. What would you do?
Okay,
You're a very good spinner. So what would you do? I mean, off the top of your mind, and you're a choreographer. So what would you do?
Well, I think what's really important is that then, I suppose it's difficult to ask without music, because so much of what is going to be successful for the skaters with regards to the new choreographic spin element is how they fit it to the music and making
True.
sure that whatever they choose is really enhancing the music, and that's part of the criteria. So if I give you a little rundown so that the viewers can spot the choreographic spin, what they need to do is showcase a minimum of 3 revolutions performed on 1 or 2 blades, and then in terms of how they can get more points, things the judges are looking for are how the element matches the music and reflects the concept and the character of the program. So whatever this kid chooses has to be in line with what they've elected to do choreographically for the whole program. If they can show some creativity, that's going to be a huge help in boosting the higher grade execution as well. And then if it's effortless, it's highlight of the program, and if it's an intentional use of speed that matches the music, these are all the things that are listed in the judge criteria for higher scores. So I would maybe resort to my Gilman that I used to do a million years ago, try and make it look
Okay, well, that's not a bad answer. I think what's going to be interesting is when we see the seniors, because it takes a little while, and this is something new that's come in, so people may not have had enough time to really experiment with this, particularly the juniors right now, because they had to prepare for the series itself. So we may not be seeing the same amount of creativity in the juniors that we will witness, of course, in the seniors. But I think there's so much to explore. We've already seen tremendous creativity, not required, of course, in some of the senior programs. So I think we're going to see some really interesting elements. And I think it's going to add to a certain degree the entertainment and the artistry. We are, however, losing the technical element and a jumping element. So from a sport perspective and strategy is how do they make up for that potential, small as it might be, loss, right? So we'll see what they do with it and how creative and innovative they get.
And I suppose that really in turn, because all the skaters, they want the highest scores that they can possibly achieve. And so what this new criteria this year is really pushing the skaters to do is to find ways to satisfy that criteria. So when I mentioned some of those bullet points, if the skaters that are especially the higher level skaters, if they want a +4 or +5 grade of execution, which is the highest you can get, they have to show in their choreo spin creativity. And
Yep.
so then, when you've got those top athletes that, they need a +4, +5, we're going to be subjected to creativity. Now, how do you be creative with a spin in a sport that has been competitive for over 100 years? That's going to really challenge people to think outside the box, and it's going to be exciting to see, what is creative? Spinning on your hands at the end of it? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
Spinning on your
know.
head?
And I wonder whether the creativity, jumps into what you had said about the music. Like, if you know how, in footwork, when you're creative with every single note, and we've seen a few people in time be able to do that. So I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. And if it doesn't work, then they'll change it. But good effort to make, and in an effort to make the program more entertaining and more innovative. But we'll see. We'll see. We're just speculating, of course. It's early on. It's the first
And I think-
competition, Mark. We got to give them a break.
Well, exactly, and I think that's probably important to acknowledge as well, is that because this is the first competition, here we go. That looked like a choreographed spin. This looks like a leveled spin. But as it's the first, major event of the season, there have been domestic events and some smaller internationals. I think that what happens here in Xi'An will spark perhaps some more ideas for others, because everybody's going to be, open to changing at this point in the season, whatever they've come up with through the off season.
Yep. Okay. You filled the air. You filled it. You did a good job.
Boom.
Okay. Drop. Mic drop. Here we go.
Mic drop.
Our next skater represents Indonesia, Kadi Leve Dilani Lim, 16 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event, and she is coached by Harley Windsor.
And Candy explained that she designs her own costumes so that it feels more personal and she can have more emotional connection to it. And so she looks fabulous in what she's wearing, and we wish her a fabulous skate now. Indonesia's Kandi Liev Tilana Lim concludes with her choreographic spin, and I would indisputably give her the bullet point for creativity because the hold that she had in the eye spin was unique. It's never seen before, but it was certainly done well. Not done often, so kudos to her for that. Also, kudos to her for the radiant smile that she had at points throughout the program. We saw that in the short program yesterday,
we did.
And she
Yeah, she really stood out. Another skater that just showed the love of being out there. And, we've seen so many skaters over the years, and probably more in the past years, where they were, frozen in fear. They liked skating, but, competing was very stressful. But we see more people here because they want to be here and they want to enjoy the moment. And so that makes for a much better performance overall. Here's the double flip, hands above the head, and some moves after this double axel, a little straight line entry, if you will. A lot of flow. That's going to come in downgraded, in fact. Traveling 3 turns up into the double loop. That was pretty well done. And then here is another double flip a little bit later in the program, up into the double loop. Intended to go for the third into the double toe, couldn't make it work. And there is a little bit later. Here's, I think, is her final. There it is, Mark. Let's slow it down for you.
Yeah. I mean, I think I've seen it, but I would still deem that as creative.
Yeah, I know I've seen it before, and I don't know what the definition is. Must never have been seen before, but I don't think that's it. I think that was creative.
Yeah.
And
this is creative. Oof.
Yeah.
Shovel.
There we go.
And actually, Kandi had explained that she competed at the Asian Open 2 weeks ago, and she was injured right before that, but she still said that she really enjoyed competing there. And I think, again, that sense of enjoyment, we'll look at the top flight and we'll see incredible feats, I am sure. But if everybody can enjoy it to this extent, the degree that Kandi does, then winning in life.
What I think is watching the Olympics, I think everybody saw the enjoyment of the high pressure of the Olympic Games amongst the camaraderie of the athletes, made these people say, hey, you know what? There's nothing to fear here. Let's enjoy it.
And it doesn't have to be miserable.
No. Let's take a look. 54.03. That is second in the free program for Kandi. The total competition score is 83.98, and that'll put it, for the moment at least, into first place. Our next competitor represents Singapore, Vienna, Shenro Linka, 17 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season.
And Vienna using the same free skate that she used last year. Will be to the Chronicles of Narnia, and you can see her just walking through the takeoff for the triple salco. That was a downgraded element yesterday in the short program, hoping for full rotation in what will be the first element of this program. Viana Shenoru Lenka representing Singapore, making her way through the Chronicles of Narnia free skate. You can see her being appreciative to all four corners of the arena, but of course wanting, I think, to escape the ice surface quickly because that was not a reflection of what she is capable of nor wanted. That said, the improvements she's made might suggest it will become an ISU personal best. However, she's obviously capable of much more than what she did.
Yeah, and good opening with triple salka all the way around into the double toe loop. Had to fight for it, but well done. And the axle was working really nicely for her in this program, Mark.
Yeah. And just squeezing it into a 3-jump combo with a double axle, single axle, double toe. This, though, unfortunate that fatigue setting in, not able to sink into the knees and the ankles on the landing of the double lutz, but recovering with another double axle, which was her favorite jump, I think, of the.
Yeah, she seems to have a natural timing and technique on that takeoff, as we saw a nice spiral here. And she had some nice moments in this program. I guess was this the choreographic spin right at the end of the program, I think, yeah.
Yep. And so it's then does that enhance the music? Is it a highlight of the program?
Yeah. Interesting. But again, it's very early on, and I don't think people have sort of discovered the possibilities. And I think it's going to take a higher skill level to really explore the possibilities of what a choreographic spin could be.
True. And Viana coming in with a slight positive grade of execution. So the choreo spin has 3.5 points assigned to it for everybody. And she gets a little boost of just under 0.2 of a point with what she delivered there. And interestingly, Ted, that actually, even though there's frustration on Viana's face now, last year at the Junior Grand Prix in Abu Dhabi, she had, she had a 72.47. So this is shy of what she's capable of, and that hence the sadness that you see on her face. But hopefully the experience upon reflection by tomorrow will still be a muse and a motivation for her to return to the training rink.
It usually is. For the moment it stings, but it also motivates you as you move forward. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Viana. It is a 54.91. That is second in the free program. Total competition score of 90.01, and that will put it, for the moment at least, into first place. Our next skater represents Uzbekistan, Elizaveta Grashchenkova, 15 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. She's had good success a little earlier in the season by winning the Coupe de Breton.
And Elizaveta has a vastly more difficult planned program content. Indeed, she has a triple axel planned for the first jump of the program. Whether she do it or not, we'll soon find out.
Well, Mark, to me, this is, extraordinary because we're early on in the competition. This young woman has spectacular technical or technique on her jumping passes and very consistent. Great height, efficient in the air, nice landing position. I'm going, why is she in this group? But as you mentioned, she fell twice yesterday in the short program.
Yeah, so true, and how wonderful that you were able to get a few snapshots of the quality of jumping technique that she has, because obviously it was eluding her in the short program. And as I say, she did have triple axel planned, but elected to do what was going to be triple flip, triple toe, just triple double. So there's still so much more in the pipeline for Elizaveta Grashenkova.
And watch this triple Lutz just, on a lean on that landing. That was the one sort of big mistake, but she got right back on track. Watch this triple loop. It's a beauty. Hands above the head, soft knees, right up into double axel, waiting. Should I go for another one? I will. So nicely done there. And here is another triple loop. Her technique on that jump makes it so easy, so efficient. Wow, I was just going, wow. She could be in the last or second to the last group. And here's the triple salto a little bit later as well. So she had a really good skate here. And there's that.
Now for
yeah.
Oh yeah, the choreo.
Yeah, the choreo spin.
For Elizaveta, it will now be, this is her first Junior Grand Prix. She's competed internationally and she's had success, but now the first Junior Grand Prix, and just ascertaining, okay, well, what do I take from this? And it's certainly going to be her strength is her technical element score. How can she now develop the program component scores? What can she do with the composition, presentation, skating?
Clearly she was on a mission to execute technically what she had. She was going to give away a little bit of the connection with the music and get that done, and she did. And so that was her mission today, and she accomplished that. Now what she's going to need to do, because she has the technical, if she's able to connect to the music and create a little bit of magic with the technical, she's going to be up there. She's really is going to be in that top 10, that top 8 in group.
And I think for the skaters, when their numbers go on the ISU biography, that marks their online presence. They all want to make sure that when they come back, they take those numbers and they turn them around.
Yeah, exactly. Those numbers are a reference point, and they want to push them up. And there were quite a few elements under review. Now, she did have the fall on the triple Lutz. The triple salchow was on the quarter, but the rest of the elements were clean in the system, so that is good. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Elizaveta Grashenkova. It is an 82.35. That is first in the free program with a total competition score of 117.61. As she, at least for the moment, takes over the lead. Well done. Good technique. Our next competitor representing Israel, Isabella Krylova, 16 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. And she's going to skate the free program. Sorry, Mark, to Succession, the main theme.
Oh yes, the second Succession that we've heard today. Yeah. We heard that already in the free dance competition. And Isabella, a little like Elizaveta before her, she has technical proficiency and a difficult planned program content, but struggled with a couple of falls in the short program too, hoping for her redemption and Succession now. Well, that is the best reaction that we've had from all of the competitors thus far in the event. Israel's Isabella Karilova delighted that she has had that redemptive skate after the difficult short program with a couple of falls. No falls during the course of that 3.5-minute free skate.
Yeah, what great joy to deliver and show people, no matter what the result is, at this point you don't care. You say, no, this is who I am. This is what I can do. You didn't do that in the short program, but you were able to do that in the free. And she comes off the ice absolutely thrilled.
Glorious reaction.
Yeah, that's cool.
Really cool. See, looking focused, stoic at the start leading into this triple lutz.
Coming here with a triple flip, hands above the head. And there's some, some under rotation, some downgrades. There's some things in there. But for her to land the jumps, and she'll take a look at the report card and understand where she's lost some of these points. But for her, that was a pretty good skate. You can see that foot of that landing. That is a downgraded triple salchow.
I think seeing the reaction from Isabel as we look through the choreo spin, this was cool. Little wave through her spine on that position, just rotating, going for everything. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah,
well done, you.
That's so cool. I love that. And I don't want the number to, to squish the joy, right? Forget about the number.
I completely agree.
Yeah, and you can take a look at this and say, okay, I got some downgrades here or there, but that was a good feel. I'm really close to it. Let's get those jumps all the way around, right? She has two.
And this,
go ahead.
There should be so much pride. She's proud. She's happy. Box that up and celebrate your personal accomplishment.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can move forward with, hopefully more rotation in the air next time. But in terms of, the athlete development, this was a huge accomplishment. Personally.
It really was. Well, let's take a look at the scores for Isabella in the free program. 71.89. That is second in the free program. You can see her going, oh, I thought I was better than that with a 107.25, and that'll put her currently in second place. Listen, you did a great program, Isabella. You really did. You can see the joy in it, but there's some under rotations. That is required to lose some of the points. Get back to work on that and get those clean with a performance like that. That's going to be a much bigger number. Good for you. Our next skater represents Malaysia, Violette Xi'An. 16 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event, and she's coached by Rafael and Vera Araturian.
Violet has a younger sister who skates too, who I'm sure is cheering her on right now. She skates to James Bond.
Surface and every shadow on the wind, I feel his breath. Golden eye, I found his weakness. Golden eye, he'll do what I please. Golden eye, no time for sweetness, but a bitter kiss will bring him to his knees. You'll never know. Shadows as a child, you'll never know how it feels to get so close and be denied. It's a gold and honey trap I've got for you tonight. Revenge, it's a kiss, this time I won't miss. Now I've got you in my sight. With a golden eye, golden
Bond. James Bond.
Malaysia's Violet Xi'An completes her James Bond-inspired free skate. And a skater that has a class about her movement. She, unlike the previous two competitors, doesn't have the same level of technical difficulty, but she has, as I say, class in her movement and an elegance in some of the stylization that perhaps the others could learn from too as we continue to head ever closer to the most successful athletes who combine both.
And something for her to build on from a technical perspective is the efficiency of rotation. So you want to be tight, straight, strong, so you can rotate quickly, get all the way around, because she's got a number of elements that are downgraded, losing a lot of points. She's got some nice style and some nice class. There's the triple Salchow, and that comes in as a downgrade for the Salchow and an under rotation for the double toe loop. There's another triple Salchow later. That is also downgraded. So losing a lot of points on that. So you can see in the air the rotation, the legs are a little bit too far apart, slowing the rotation down in the air. But nice spin here, good flexibility and strength.
It's interesting to see all of these choreo spin elements and then fabulous finish position.
Yeah, nice.
Very contemporary dance. As we said in the short program, Violet, just an amazing sort of philanthropist or a community member with all that she has done. And I think, you know, we need to find out the school. Maybe she did tell me the school that she attends, where she does so much work to elevate skating in the consciousness of her classmates, and also being a vice president of that all-year figure skating club. Just somebody that's willing to give up their time to support the sport and other humans. So can't underestimate how special a human this is.
Yeah, a very special person in the Kiss and Cry right now, and she has a passion for the sport, and whatever she chooses to do, I'm sure she's going to bring that passion with her along her journey in life. Let's take a look at the score, 57.49. That is third in the free program with a total competition score of 94.98, and that'll put her for the moment after two groups into third place. There is a look at your top five skaters so far in this event. Mark, we have a nice resurfacing now. What do we have on the list of video playback?
So we have 4 videos to enjoy, one of which, the first will be a winner's interview with Mayuko Oka, and then to our must-watch moments from Bangkok, followed by another Japanese skater who won last year on the Junior Grand Prix Series in Varese this time, and that is with Mei Okada. And then finally, our skate basics with the creative execution and discussion on the sit spin.
Well, enjoy, and we'll be back right after this. Here in Ankara with the women's champion Mayuko Oka from Japan, a 199.74 total score. Congratulations on your win, first of all. And I just wanted to ask you what your expectations were when you came here for your first Junior Grand Prix and to win here first time out.
楽しむことと思いっきり悔いの残らない演技ができるように頑張ろうという気持ちで来ました。
When you were in the Kiss and Cry and you saw your scores come up, and then later you found out you won the event, how did you feel?
まさか優勝するとは思ってなかったので、点数が出た時はすごい驚きました。
Well, congratulations on your first Junior Grand Prix, on your first gold medal, and we wish you the very best as you move forward. The champion here in Ankara, Mayuko Oka from Japan. Welcome to Bangkok and Mark and Ted's must-watch moments. It's been a really exciting competition, some brilliant skating. Mark, what about the ice dance?
The must-watch moment in the ice dance competition goes to America's Hannah Maria Aboyan and Daniil Veselukin. Their Vogue rhythm dance was followed up by a Goddess of Victory Nike-inspired free dance. And they are hoping now with the win here to follow in the footsteps of their training mates Noemi Maria Tale and Noah Lafornara, who won gold at the Junior Grand Prix final and Junior World Championships last year. What about the women's event, Ted?
Mark, in the women, Mao Shimada of Japan once again takes the title here with brilliant skating. She did make 2 mistakes at the top of the program, but all the rest of her quality of skating makes her the very best in the world 3 times in a row, maybe 4, coming this season. Mark, what about the pairs?
The pairs must-watch moment goes to the champions from China, Rui Guo and Yiwen Zhang, who caused lots of excitement following their silver medal placement in Ankara 2 weeks ago, and they followed that up with the title in Bangkok and another wonderful quadruple twist.
In the men's event, Ryo Nakata of Japan, skating to Gladiator, lands 2 quads and his triple axels, dominated this event as he takes the title here and a trip to Nagoya for the Junior Grand Prix final.
My must-watch moment from the women's event has to go to Korea's Jeongyul Hwang. She was competing in her 3rd series on the Junior Grand Prix, having never won a medal before, and the reaction that she and her coach Jin Seo Kim had to that bronze medal was just so endearing and gives us such a brilliant insight into what this means to the skaters and their teams.
My must-watch moment from Bangkok comes in the women's category. There were 36 entries, and the 36th skater in this event, Cisa Suyana Diaz Bermudez, is from Ecuador. She does not have coaches. She skates in Quito, her hometown, and works with coaches online from Mexico. Does not often get to see them in person. She skated to her music from her country and costumes related to her heritage. This was a special moment for her, and she was even injured on her way to get here, but she was so determined to represent her country on the Junior Grand Prix, and we see here the expansion of skating around the world. It's a special moment. Hello everyone, and welcome to Figure Skating Basics.
In this episode, we're going to discuss GOE, which stands for Grade of Execution, better understood as the quality of the elements.
Now, you can get a maximum of 5 or a -5 based on the quality of your execution, of course. And this can make a huge difference in the end result of a competition for a skater. Now, student Mark is going to execute, first of all, a good sit spin. Is that right?
Well, we'll try.
Well, we'll check it out. Mark, really nice stretch, free leg, pointed toe. That was awesome.
Well, that's one of the judges' criteria. They have a positive feature chart, and a good controlled, clear position satisfies them to give a better grade of execution.
Now that was pretty well centered, nice and smooth, very quiet blades as well. And now Mark's going to intentionally make a bad sit spin.
It might not be so hard.
Yeah, it may not be difficult. Let's see.
Well, I tried to stick to the clear criteria that the judges have, so they have a reductions for errors chart. Some of those things have a traveling spin.
You did it.
A poor position.
Oh, yeah.
Slow.
Yeah.
And a weak exit.
Oh, totally.
So if the skater achieves the maximum +5 GOE, grade of execution, that can add 50% more to the value of their element. Equally, if it's a -5, the worst possible, then that can take 50% away from the value of the element.
Well, that concludes our episode on the GOE Figure Skating Basics.
Let us know what you've thought of this series, and please also let us know what more you want to see from us here at the International Skating Union. So, Mei Okada, omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations, you've won this event. Now, last year on the Junior Grand Prix, you had 2 bronze medals and narrowly missed out on making the Junior Grand Prix final. Has that been your motivation for this season?
去年両方とも3位という結果で、ファイナルまであと少しというところで、悔しかったんですけど、今年はファイナルに行くことが目標で、しかもファイナルが地元開催ということで、 さらに行きたいっていう気持ちが強くなって、それで、目標にして今まで頑張ってきて、その結果が今回出たのですごく嬉しいです。
Now, May, I learned that your mother was inspired by Mao Asada, and that's one of the reasons that she encouraged you to become an ice skater. You come from one of the strongest skating nations. Is it Mao Asada who's your inspiration, or is there another Japanese skater, or indeed any other that's a big inspiration to you?
浅田真央選手は自分が目標としている選手ですし、浅田真央さんみたいに私もトリプルアクセルが飛べるようになりたいと思っていて、他にも今一番身近にいる憧れの選手は、同じクラブで練習している大場雅選手です。
Well, we look forward to seeing you hopefully again on the Junior Grand Prix, and ganbatte kudasai.
Thank you.
Representing Estonia,
爱沙尼亚选手
Karina Shesterikova. Representing New Zealand,
新西兰选手
Kara Tang. Representing Thailand,
泰国选手
Pasare Marcela Tatirat. Representing Lithuania,
立陶宛选手
Milana Siniavskite. Representing Chinese Taipei,
中华台北选手赖岑曦
representing Australia,
澳大利亚选手
Kaylin Shimogaki. Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
Welcome back. There's a look at the start order for group number 3. We have 4 more groups to come in this event with 34 women. And it's going to be a real battle for the podium, Mark. It's going to be pretty exciting. It's been so impressive with the quality of skating that we saw yesterday in the short program.
Absolutely, and seeing Sofia Tsepka showcase certainly one of the best short programs that I have ever seen delivered in the Junior Grand Prix over the course of the 5 weeks I've been covering it with you. And I'm really excited to see what is to come alongside the different approach from the Japanese skaters as well. Great to see different approaches towards trade.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting as we move along in the season to see what's happening over the next 4 years. I mean, it's really early on. It's, a lot is going to change, but we just finished that incredible season last year, both in juniors and in seniors, and now things will change a little bit. We have a bigger audience, so it's going to be important to tell the stories of the people, not just watch the skating as well. and see how these juniors, or how some of these juniors who have graduated into seniors, how they will do in that category as well. And we're very lucky because we get to cover both juniors and some of the senior Grand Prix and the senior Grand Prix final as well. So you get a really good feel of what's happening around the world, Mark. And I know I'm not sure if you're covering Worlds this year. You did last year, so that was great as well. So really get an overall view, don't you?
Yeah, and wonderful to have a real kind of assessment and awareness. And I think one of the things that I would want to say to any of these athletes that are watching is the privileged position that we have of being able to watch so much skating or watch so much live skating, because of course you're there live now and I'll be joining you next week. Seeing as much live skating as we do helps perhaps demystify the brilliance of some of the world's best. Never lose appreciation for their brilliance, but because if you regularly and repeatedly see it, you can understand and connect with it as a possibility a little bit more. And that's something that certainly I wish that I had had more of as a competitor myself, to be in environments where there were better skaters than I was.
Yeah.
Something that I'm sure every one of the athletes in these early stages of the competitions wish that they could have exposure to on a more regular basis, and that's why these competitions are so important to them, because they are then in these weeks of competition exposed to seeing live the skating that they aspire to be, and it does give you a different motivation. As wonderful as YouTube is, being live and alongside the speed and the quality of the best in the world is the best kind of motivation to find you and demand more from yourself.
Yeah. And if you want to understand how difficult the sport is, go get a pair of skates and go on the ice. Wear helmet, knee pads, every type of padded body, and and just get around the ice. So it's incredible what these athletes do for sure. And I just also want to pass along. We're going to apologize. We have 13 hours of broadcasts by the end of tonight. So we're getting a little bit silly from time to time and making the odd mistake, and we appreciate your patience with us as we continue to cover the women's free program.
Mm, yes, the delirium is distinctly possible to set in.
Yeah, well, you got to get some more caffeine in you there, Mark, and me too. Is
Actually, good point. Good point.
yeah.
One of the questions that we did have, Ted, came in asking how somebody who's newer to the sport can learn more about the scoring system. And in some regard, I kind of think ignorance is bliss. If you come into the sport because you've enjoyed watching the beauty and the athleticism, one might argue that it'd be better to stay blissfully ignorant. But that said, there's a plethora of information on the ISU site and the ISU app. And now they have an e-learning zone on the ISU app as well. So you can go into the ISU and look for the e-learning zone, and in there you have access to a host of different videos and information about skating itself. And if you're looking for more information about the scoring system, then you're probably best to look for the ISU communications, and communications number 2786 and 2788 are the ones that a lot of the coaches that you'll see at these events are very, very familiar with. The scale of values, which shows the numbers that the skaters will achieve if they do their elements as they intend, and then 27888, which shows the levels of difficulty and the guidelines, the judges' guidelines for marking these grades of execution and program components. So you hear me blathering on about the program components all the time. If you want to know the guidelines the judges have for that, look up ISU communication.
And just try to simplify that down. I think we did in the basics of skating is that technical panel, who we have been watching throughout the last 2 days. We see them on screen sometimes as they're doing the work. They simply identify the element, identify the level of difficulty based on the specific criteria for that level, and then that is sent down to the judges to add because the quality was so good, or to subtract because there were specific mistakes. So that's as simplistic as we can possibly get in this. And the good thing about the sport is you don't need to know a lot about every process of scoring to enjoy it. It's music, it's athleticism, it's drama, it's the highs and the lows, it's all that type of thing. For a lot of people, I don't know cricket, but I can watch the game. Right? I didn't know too much about football, right? But we watched the World Cup. So, yeah, you can enjoy it. It's just humans participating with passion in the sport that they love. And that's the same as right here, right now. Our first skater in this group represents Estonia, Karina Shesterikova, 15 years old, first junior Grand Prix season. Mark?
And Karina will be skating to the music Shining Horizon and the Fire Within. Wonderful, passionate piece by Jennifer Thomas to conclude this, her 3.5-minute free skate. And she, like everybody else, will conclude the program with her choreographic spinning element. Karina Shesterikova from Estonia finishes a free skate, and now we find ourselves in a situation within the competition where many of the skaters are attempting 5 different types of triple from Salchow to loop up to Lutz, and that's the position that Karina is in presently. And at this point, you can see athletes that have the capability to do some of the more difficult jumps, but still struggling to find some semblance of consistency to deliver them under the pressure of the competition. And Karina had a little bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, no question. You can see that she's not only done these in practice, but is working her way to consistency. There's still a break in the waist here, or a lean in the air. So there's small little items as we take a look at the triple loop. No problem there, right on top on the takeoff and on the landing. So well organized, and we see some change of edge into the 3 turn to the triple flip, and too far forward, breaking at the waist. So little small technical elements or aspects of the element that are costing her points. But we know she can do them, but she's trying to learn how to do it consistently.
And then, of course, as the program continues and fatigue sets in, then even harder to cling onto the landing, which was the problem with the triple flip. And therefore, again, you just see struggling to have the physicality to check out for that triple toe loop.
The core of the body between the shoulders and the hips are so important to be firm and straight and strong when you're jumping, because even if you're on a bit of a lean, you can save that. But once that waist begins to break forward or go too far back or the side, you're going to widen the body frame, and then it's going to get loopy in the air, and it's really difficult to control. So you want to keep that posture nice, straight, and strong. Not the performance that Karina would like or is capable of. It's just one of those days.
And the energy that we're sensing from the coach has the awareness that, with a bit more life experience and a bit perspective, she can recognize that this consulate vibe that Karina feels currently is just a stepping stone. She has the awareness to know that this is just all part of the process. So Karina, listen to the support you're getting.
Absolutely.
And enjoy the comfort of somebody that can see it for what it is.
Your parents and your coach and your friends, they want to take the pain away, but they shouldn't, because that is what stings, and it's what motivates you to solve the problem, to find out what you have to do. But no one likes to see it. You want to protect your friends and your students and your own children, but sometimes the greatest lessons in life are learned as a result of a sting.
Definitely. The best are.
The free program score for Karina is 64.37. That is third in the free program with a total competition score of 101.94, and that'll put her for the moment overall into third place. Our next skater represents New Zealand, 17-year-old Kara Tang. This is her third Junior Grand Prix season. Mark?
And Kara is very proud of the program that she has constructed along with her coach, Emilia. And the story is about finding your own definition of happiness. The track, What Was I Made For?
What is your definition of happiness?
A clear horizon. Nothing to worry about on your plate. Only things that are creative and not destructive. I can't bear quarreling. I can't bear feelings between people. I think hatred is wasted energy.
I used to float, now I just fall down. I used to know, but I'm not sure now what I was made for.
A sharp word said by, say, a person who has a temper, if they're close to me, hurts me for days. I know we're only human. We do go in for these various emotions, call them negative emotions.
I don't know how to feel, but I wanna try. I don't know how to feel, but someday I might.
But when all these are removed and you can look forward and the road is clear ahead and now you're going to create something, I think that's as happy as I would ever want to be.
When did it end? All the enjoyment. I'm sad again. Don't tell my boyfriend. It's not what he's made for. What was I made for? 'Cause I don't know how to feel, but I wanna try. I don't know how to feel, but someday I might. Someday think I forgot how to be happy. Something I'm not, but something I can be.
But when all these are removed and you can look forward and the road is clear ahead and now you're going to create something, I think that's as happy as I would ever want to be.
Well, Mark, I don't know about you, and forget about the sport part of the technical part. We'll see that in a moment. But
Representing
that was
New
a special
Zealand.
moment. It was a beautiful
Xi'An
piece of
选手
music,
Kara
beautiful
Tang.
lyrics, but more importantly, she seemed to connect to it, to the meaning of the words, and to the emotion of the music.
Well, Cara Tang from New Zealand, take a bow, because
Yeah.
she told me that the story was about finding your own definition of happiness. And I'm frantically looking, I'm thinking, I recognize the Billie Eilish music, but the spoken word on top, I feel like this young 17-year-old born in Auckland needs to have a word with everybody, because she seems to have her head screwed on to know that there are bigger things in life. I was so inspired by the concept and the choice here.
Yeah.
Really admirable.
In using this format, or this a medium, if you will, of ice skating to bring a message and to feel a message. You know, I mean, I think it's brilliant. And this is one of my special moments. What is it called? Not our...
must-watch type of moment?
Yeah, that's mine. I own this one. You already named
You're
one
right.
a little earlier. Okay, so this is great. I felt it. I saw it, and I felt it, and she made it work. And even with the mistakes, it didn't bother me at all.
No, I was just so engaged with the concept. And I know sometimes online people will say that United can just be too positive perhaps, or wax lyrical about everybody and make positives out of every situation. But we're not ignorant to the fact that Cara Tang still, she doesn't have much triple jump content. This wasn't a great skate. She had a couple of falls. But I feel like this young woman has her head screwed on more than most adults that I know, in choosing to, as you say, use her medium to spread a little bit of a message. And I found it inspiring.
Far easier in life to pick out the bad and the negative and all that stuff, but to recognize the effort in the innovation and the emotion and the feeling and the wonderfulness of life. Come on. Who wants to go through life's negative? So this was really beautiful, and it was innovative, and it was different, and I appreciate it. Let's take a look at the scores. 69.33, that is third in the free program, with a total competition score of 109.28. That'll put Cara, for the moment, into second place. Our next skater representing Thailand, Parsurit Marcella Tatarat, 14 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, and she recently placed 8th at the Thailand Open in Bangkok. She has a personal best, 45.20 in the free program last year.
Passeray has a new ISU personal best from their short program yesterday, hoping to add a new personal best free skate now.
Narnia, the land beyond the wardrobe door, a secret place frozen in eternal winter. In Narnia, they find a country buried under the evil enchantment enchantment of the White Witch. Once a king or queen of Narnia, always a king or queen of Narnia. May your wisdom grace us until the stars rain down from the heaven.
Pasare Marcella Tatirat representing Thailand, and fascinating that a skater that struggled with the first 3 jumping passes and had a couple of falls could then later on in the program come back with the triple toe lip that she did. And I don't know if I just saw Pasare looking at her coaches and pointing in the direction of that triple toe as if to say, how did that happen indeed? Perhaps because she was more fatigued, she benefited from trying less hard than she did on the
Yeah,
first 2
she had really struggled through the first part of this program, but she focused after that. You can see an over rotation there in the double axel. And we, haven't shown a number of other mistakes or falls, but she hangs onto that triple toe loop there. She never gave up. And there's the double loop. Euler, double, I'm not sure, double flipper. Salka was a quick pick. And then another jump combination a little bit later in the program. So she sort of, got her rhythm back.
Got some content in.
Yeah, and maybe just didn't try as hard, just went with the timing and, and not muscling the jump, not trying too hard on them, on the takeoffs. Good for her.
So tricky because some skaters actually benefit from being tired as opposed to some who, suffer from being tired.
Or we'll say more relaxed.
Yeah. And Pasare, she competed at the Asian Open. She was 13th there and she had a 65.99 in the free skate at that event. And it looks like the score here is going to be in that same kind of ballpark. And remains to be seen. I'm not sure if Passeri will be competing at another Junior Grand Prix, but all of this feedback, opportunity from which to make a plan for more points.
Absolutely. It's not just about doing the competitions, of what you're getting out of the competition to move yourself forward. Let's take a look at the scores. For Passeri, 64.34 with a total competition score of 104.55. Double-fisted pump, yes. So she is happy with that score, 2 thumbs up. That'll put her currently in 4th place. That's cool, eh?
That is cool.
Our next skater is from Lithuania, Milana Sinaskaita. 15 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season, 26th at the World Junior Championships last season.
And Milana finds herself in 21st place after the short program because she missed the jump combo. Hoping for redemption in the jump combo later. She does a triple toe. Triple toe is the 3rd element.
Trusted him, but when I followed you, I saw you took it here. I didn't know about you then till I saw you with him again. I walked in on your love scene slow down. You stole everything. How can you say I did you wrong? Yeah, we'll never know when the pain and heartbreak so here. I have to let go, the innocence is gone. Let's not kill the karma. Let's not start a fight. It's not kill the karma. Let's not start a fight. It's not worth the drama for a beautiful life. Can we laugh about it? It's not worth our time. We can live without him. Just a beautiful life. Tell me how to forgive you when it's me who's ashamed. And I wish I could free you of the hurt and the pain. But the answer is simply, he's the one to blame. Beyonce, Beyonce, Shakira, Shakira. Oh, Beyonce, Beyonce, oh, Shakira, Shakira. Let's not kill the karma. Let's not start a fight. It's not worth the drama for a beautiful life. Can we laugh about it? It's not worth our time. We can live without him. Just a beautiful life.
Milana Siniavskaita representing Lithuania, makes her way through the program, sadly unable to get the triple triple that we know she will be capable of doing. And I suppose we are fortunate, Ted, is that because we have watched so much skating and seen so many performances that we can see behind the mistakes and recognize that there is progression. And actually, I think Milana and the team have been working hard on the components, but when the technical mistakes happen, unfortunately, they are interlinked with the program component scores. So the work done on trying to push the presentation higher just didn't sort of hit in the same way, especially with such evocative music.
Yeah, you're a human being out there, and so when you have disappointment through the technical elements, it does clearly affect the program components, especially in the development stages of the PCs themselves. So in the next few years, you'll be able to maybe shut the door a little bit on some of the mistakes like that when they're on the triple loop and keep the performance alive as much as she can. This was more of a technical performance today. There's the triple toe, but she had problems with the elements. And this is a far better skater than what we've seen in this program. That's just simply the honesty and reality of it. And it was a tough day. But hopefully she will learn from this, continue her journey.
And also, Ted, what was good there, we saw that little snapshot of the double axel. She was wide. It looked like she was going to try and make another combo. But now, this season, skaters can't do 3 jump combos or sequences. So she was at least able to think on her feet. And I don't know when we'll see Milana again. She trains in Riga, but she's not scheduled. She's a substitute for the Junior Grand Prix in Riga next week, but hopefully we may see her again at some later stage. We may even see her in and around the venue next week. Who knows?
Yeah. You're a really good skater. Didn't happen tonight for sure. You're in development. You're in the process. You know, keep at it. You've got some good technique, but it wasn't your night. And just battling through the desire for the technical elements at the same time you've got to perform. It's a complicated business. And, you know, you have a battle in your mind, oh, I should be listening to music. Oh, no, I got to do the next jump. So it's confusing in the development stage.
Right now, it looks like I think either just wants to escape the kiss and cry or be able to go straight back out there and deliver what we know that she can do and repeat the performance.
Yeah. And the sting, as I talked about, it's so unpleasant for yourself to get off the ice and be disappointed, and you may be not sure why things happen. It takes just a little bit of time to sort of settle yourself down and say, well, it's not the end of my career. I need to take this and move forward. So it does happen. We don't see that happen here in the kiss and cry, of course. Let's take a look at the scores. 64.25 for Milana. That is 6th in the free program with a total competition score of 104.91. That will also put her into 4th place for the moment overall. Our next skater represents Taipei, 13-year-old Sun Si Lai. This is her first Junior Grand Prix assignment. Mark?
Yes, and coming away with the 20th place after the short program, just 13, one of the youngest in the event. Skating to the sky and the dawn and the sun.
Representing Chinese Taipei,
中华台北选手赖晨
Sandy
曦。
Lai, admirable to be so committed still to the performance of the program after 3 falls within the context of it. But what's important again is to just give a further appreciation for the different perspectives the skaters have. Sandy Lai has to travel 2 hours for training in Taipei from where she lives in Taichung. And this is a skater, as I mentioned, one of the youngest in the event. She started skating at 7 years old, and she's just 13 now. So comparative to many others who start at the tender age of 3 or 4, she's still relatively new to the sport and doing well as a result.
Yeah, no question. There's another skater just overcoming, the difficulties of participation in the sport. We see the triple flip a little bit later. That's on a downgrade, but still the mechanics of the takeoff were good. When she gains a little bit more strength and speed, that's going to carry her through the air a little higher. But she works really hard to get that 3-jump sequence out, triple saut, double axel.
And where we have seen other skaters make mistakes and then appear to attempt the jumping pass and see what happens, Sensei Lai still was fighting for that second sako as well, still pushing herself to maximize all that she could.
Yeah, she looked like she trained the program and learned how to park mistakes and look forward and go on to the next element. Even if she made a mistake, let's put that behind me. I'm going to go to the next element. So that is a good skill to learn because you're going to make mistakes. There's no question of that. It's young skater, much more to come.
Yeah, much more. And again, I look forward to hopefully seeing Sensei Lai skating again on the Junior Grand Prix, if not this season, then next season.
The technical
She was
panel.
explaining that she's sorry, Ted, I was going to say, Sensei was explaining that she crochets a lot, so maybe she can create some sort of masterful crochet piece for us all next year.
Yeah, an activity like that is just calming, and that's how some people are just relaxed. And remember, a British skater, used to do the Rubik's Cube, and that was his way of just focusing on one thing and not worrying about the skate that was coming up. And everybody's got their distractions, if you will.
Like Tom Daly, the diver that would knit in between events.
Well, there are 6 reviews out of 10 elements, but they've all been cleared now, so we'll see that score in just a few moments. Here they are. The free program score is 64.66. That is 4th in the free program. Total competition score of 105.89. That'll put her overall into 4th place, at least for the moment. Our next skater represents Australia, Kaylin Shimogaki, 14 years old. This is her 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, placing 21st in Ankara last year. She is the Australian junior silver medalist.
And a sight from coach to student that we saw so many times with Kaori Sakamoto. Let's hope it works for Kaylin Shimogaki. She struggled with the triple loops in the short program. That's the 2nd element in this free skate. Australia's Kalan Shimogaki. And what was delivered, although wasn't quite as was intended in the planned program content, Kaylin has really showcased the progression that she's made from last year. So she competed in the Junior Grand Prix in 2025 in Ankara and attempted 2 triples in her free skate there. At this free skate, she actually had 6 triples intended to be delivered. She did 4 though, but either way, 4 or 6 is still double, what was happening a season ago, and that's an impressive progression from year on year.
Yeah, no question. We see the triple toe loop there, and there's still some work to do to be a little bit more efficient, but progress made from last season to this season. Nice triple salchow there. Wants to tidy up that air position a little bit, make it more efficient so it's a little bit more consistent, but definitely better than last season. Progress made, more to come.
And of course, she's in a wonderful training location, and she has almost comically admirable and impressive coaching lineup. There are 5 names assigned to Kaylin on her coach ISU biography. Mitsuko Graham, who's with her now, Sonoko Nakano, Matashiro Kawago, Misato Komatsubara, former Japanese ice dance champion, and Kaori Sakamoto.
Yeah, and I know from a skating perspective, you'd be so impressed with that coaching team. You're going to do pretty much what you're asked to do, right? So, you're going to learn a lot faster that way.
Yeah, when your coaches have created the world champion, then you can't dispute or debate much of what they say.
Yeah, we know that in Japan they spend a lot of time on skating skills, up to an hour, maybe even more than that per day. So, with that starting to develop the basics of skating, and then the rest of the program starts to come together, because that's the edge, the deepness of the edge, the speed across the ice, of course, the momentum, using that up into the jumps, so important. Makes the whole program just a little more physically easier using that speed. As we take a look at the technical panel, there were 5 elements under review. The last one, the flying change combo spin, is up for review at the moment. Currently in at level 1. I'm just listening to this. Okay, I'm going to start to listen a little bit more to the technical panel.
Getting all the deets as to what is going to happen to that change through combination spin that was the final element for Kaylin.
So she gives the upright straight and the exit. Initially. They just gave one of them, I'm not sure who it is, gave 2 features. So, and one is going with 1 feature, so we have a little bit of a different opinion. Okay, I think she's getting a 2V.
So
yep, there it is. Change combo spin, level 2, V. Okay, interesting process.
Get all the camel sit and upright positions established, and the V sign that will go in for that combination spin dictates a lower base value, but obviously it was well discussed and debated to get to that point for the tech panel.
Free program score is 76.84. That is second in the free program, with a total competition score of 120.20. That'll put her currently into first place after 3 groups. 3 more to come. Step aside as you get introduced to group number 4.
Let's welcome our next group of skaters.
欢迎第4组选手入场。
Representing Australia,
澳大利亚选手
Isabella Wang. Representing Cyprus,
塞浦路斯选手
Vasilisa Bogomolova. Representing Latvia,
拉脱维亚选手
Natasha Yermolitska. Representing Netherlands,
荷兰选手
Luca Dijkhuizen. Representing Kyrgyzstan,
吉尔吉斯斯坦选手
Zlata Saprina. Representing Italy,
意大利选手
Chiara Minigini. Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
We're now looking at the warm-up, 6-minute warm-up for group number 4, and we will start to see, and I'll ask you first, Mark, you know, what can we expect to see, or what a viewer doesn't know much about skating, what can they expect to see different between the skaters we've already seen and the final 3 groups?
At this point, we're at the halfway point in the competition, so we're starting to see, of course, getting a little bit closer to the top 10 and potential towards medals. And now we haven't seen any triple attempts in the competition thus far. We have seen lots of loots and flips. That will continue in this group, but what is more likely to happen in this group is more speed, flow, and ice coverage and better jump technique. And for those that are really unaware of what constitutes even good jump technique, the judges will be looking for good height and length in the jumps and a good takeoff and landing. So in terms of what constitutes a good takeoff, then you do need to have a little bit more of an understanding about the edges of the blade, but basically maintaining speed and flow throughout, and that will be hopefully evident in the skaters on the screen over the course of the next.
No question. You know, one of the things that the skaters are taught early is to use momentum. Momentum is energy, and if you use that momentum in a controlled way, it doesn't take so much muscle because the momentum is that energy. And if you use that, you usually travel on a path that carries your flow off the takeoff, through the air, and on the landing on the same curve, right? So, and when you start to discover that, you go, my gosh, that is so easy. Why did I think it was so hard? Well, it's the efficiency of the technique that's really important with that momentum. So, you know, it's a process that is taught, you know, well by a lot of coaches, and it makes it so much easier for the skaters. They're not having to muscle the jump so much.
And it's interesting, actually, on that note, Ted, maybe a good concept for the athletes listening or the skaters listening back would be to review some of the very best examples of the different respective jumps. So for me, as an example, in this competition, the most difficult jump that will be delivered by most of the skaters will be a triple loop. For me, the best example of a triple loop in the women's discipline might be that of Yulia Sebastian, Victoria Volchkova. So these names, they might not make sense to the young athletes now because they were competing long before they were perhaps even born, but some examples of good technique. Yeah, any looks that you respect and adulate, Ted?
And I'm just going to say, one of the things that you'll notice about those 2 skaters that you just mentioned is the momentum that they took into the jump. They didn't do it slowly. Now, I'm not saying that you can't do a jump slowly. It may work with the music better in that case, but if all of your jumps are slow, that's going to be a little bit of an issue. That momentum is energy. It's positive energy to use it as long as you keep it controlled, but that speed is really, really important. And you'll see that in the very best skaters. Look at Kaori Sakamoto, best double axel ever that we've ever seen. Why? Well, the flow across the ice was incredible, right? And the flow on the landing, amazing. So watch for the speed, watch for these jumps today on the final 3 groups here. Those skaters that carry flow into it, watch the, okay, we missed there. Here we see the the triple lutz. And, you know, it was pretty well done. Does it carry a lot of speed across the ice? Enough for junior, no question, but not for a top senior. So, you know, watch those skaters that carry the nice flow in the same trajectory on the air flight and the same trajectory on the landing.
and there are so many techniques and simulations that can be done, and even off-ice exercises to develop the strength and the agility to be able to do it on the ice. But also now, some of the skaters are using different apps and different platforms through their phones and their screen devices to be able to get a feedback on the speed, on the height, and then there is something a little bit more tangible for the skaters, because we can sit here all day long and say jumps need more height and more length, or more energy and more speed going in, but sometimes it's a little easier for the skater to comprehend it when they can see numbers assigned to their speed and their height and their distance.
That's absolutely so true. One of the things that always bothered me with, the coach would say, okay, you need to go faster. You'd say, well, I am going fast. So the coach coaches by sight and the skater skates by feel. So there was no number that one could say, well, yeah, that number's down. You need to have your police radar gun or whatever the device is now to know that the optimum speed of going into that consistent triple Lutz is 11 kilometers an hour. And if I hit that speed and get that feeling for that, that is going to give me the most consistent. We don't have that information at this point, but there is our devices now being developed for that.
Yeah, and for the skaters then, because as you say, if the coach simply says more height, more length, more speed, or genetic things that are so true but maybe get said too often to be then really connected with, then that's why a lot of athletes do go to environments where they see it. And if we look at the skater that has just competed, Kaylin Shimagaki, she relocated to train with Kaori Sakamoto because then she sees it. But at least if we all know Kaori Sakamoto skates at 15 kilometers an hour, you don't need to be beside her to find that out.
Yeah, years ago I did a series, I can't remember for what network it was, on covering skating. It was called The Science of Skating. Now, it wasn't so much science in those days, but you wanted numbers, you wanted math that could that both the coach and the skater could agree on. Okay, we're set to go. Had a little bit more energy there, Mark. Okay, 3 more groups. Our first skater represents Australia, Isabella Wang.
Well, Coach Richard Laidlaw saw his male student, Vince Chong, skate brilliantly in the men's short program earlier today. Hopefully that good energy rubbing off for his women's student, Isabella Wang, who skates to Nina Rota's love team. Isabella Wang, just 14 years old. I think because Isabella is quite a tall athlete, you assume that she's older, but it's just a 14-year-old that is desperate to get off the ice. And it's almost, I think of Simone Biles when I try to relate what it looked like she felt, the twisties with regards to just never feeling over her rotational side, the right side of her body. She never at any point in time on any of the jumping passes appeared to feel truly comfortable in her rotational position. And total respect to Isabella for continuing, because sadly there was not one single jumping pass that gave her any kind of success.
Yeah, no question. And you can see that the mechanics of some of the jumps, the takeoff, the intended takeoff, wasn't so far off, but the timing was off today. And she couldn't find that timing. She couldn't find her center of balance. And that's a very frustrating feel, as you talked about Simon Biles getting the twisties. It's sort of, where am I and how do I get this back?
And in the short program yesterday, Isabella had a good skate and she improved her ISU personal best by 7 points. And that just shows the volatility of the sport, because you can have one day where you're improving your PB, and then today this is not going to be near her personal best on the ISU biography from last year's Junior Grand Prix. In fact, it will be quite shy of that.
Yeah, significantly less. But again, sort of another uncomfortable lesson learned, perhaps. Go ahead. Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is Isabella explained, it was either on her social media that I noticed or maybe in a DM, she plays drums in her spare time and she collects jellycats. And I have a daughter who would probably like to
you see,
tap into Isabella's jellycats.
I know what a drum is. I don't know what a jellycat is.
Oh, so a jellycat is, I think you call them stuffies, but they're a particular brand of stuffy that have a kind of collector's vibe. And
well, I thought it was something you eat, like a Jello in the shape of a cat or something. I wasn't sure.
If I could right now, knowing that for Isabella after that difficult skate, I'd get her a jellycat.
Absolutely.
Somebody get her jellycat.
Yeah, it's a tough moment, and sitting there, because it's nobody practices that. Good skate or bad skate. Let's go sit down and feel what happens after that performance. So the kiss and cry is always brand new. And when things went well, I mean, that's a fun place to be. But when things don't go well, it's not so nice.
And the challenge, I think, for the technical panel, particularly on this occasion, is that there were kind of pops and just assessing whether or not the jumps are going to be downgraded or under-rotated.
Yeah, and they're trying to do a consistent job so the report card reflects exactly what she did. She probably may feel it. She may not even want to look at the report card, but it is important for the system, the judging system, and for the panels to be consistent in the delivery of the data that's given back to the skater. 48.72 for the free program for Isabella, and that is 13th in the free program with a 93.25 10th place finish so far in the competition. Our next skater represents Cyprus, 15-year-old Vasilisa Bogomolova. She has an 83.21 personal best in the free program, earning that in Varese Junior Grand Prix last season.
I was going to say, Ted, Vasilisa explained that the dress that she's wearing was partially designed with the help of AI. Now she skates to Arcane League of Legends. Vasilisa Bogomolova representing Cyprus, having an incredibly tough skate, and it's wonderful to hear that the audience in Xi'An are acknowledging that that's got to be so difficult to come back from. There were 5 falls, nearly 6 falls in the context of that skate, and yet, even behind that, we could see that she has good quality jump technique and speed skating. And I know that Vasilisa had explained to me that she spent almost the entire summer training at peak ice, working hard and improving hard, but all the improvements that were made just weren't able to be showcased under the spotlight and the pressure of the performance.
One of the amazing things, when she takes her bow at the end of that program, she looked up at the audience, she took it on the chin with those mistakes. But I think there's been a lot of improvement in her. Not tonight, she didn't show it all off. The takeoffs are good, she's powerful, she didn't slow down and give up, she kept fighting all the way. Did it work? It didn't work. This was one of those nights that there was a lot of mistakes. We'll see some of them here. There's the triple Lutz on a big lean, and she takes a hard fall. And here's the double axel, Euler, triple Salchow, and then takes another hard fall. So we see that repeat itself, just not centered, not aware of where she is. Takeoff is pretty good, rotation's pretty good, but not sure when to check out. She just lost the timing for that. So there's the reality, and we're telling the truth here. So is she. She had 6 falls. No, 5 falls, pardon me. It was a very, very tough night, but she stood up and took the curtsy, looked at the audience, and then went off the ice.
I think also, Ted, that she's had a little bit of a problem with the combinations. You're only allowed to do 2 jump combinations or combination sequence, and she did effectively like 2 sequences because she had a double axel Euler triple Salchow, and then she had the triple loop with the axel sequence. So she's then had that score decimated as well. So just one of those days from which, let's hope, Vasilisa, given the jump quality that she does have in practice, we can look back on next season or later this season and think, wow, biggest turnaround in score from season or event.
Totally, and you can see she's, strong because she knows how good she is, and she knows that she can do this. She didn't. She's maybe not sure why. I get that, and the report card and the score is going to show that. It's sport, and that's real life. But she knows she's not far off being really good, because we can see that through the mistakes on this night, and hopefully that she can move forward, keep the positivity going, and deliver what we know she can on another night.
It's interesting because, the scores for Vasilisa showcase the judges' skating skills are about as high as the leader, but the presentation is down in the 3s because of the mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Free program scores. .66, that's 9th in the free program with a total competition score of 106.79. That puts her currently in the 5th place. Vasilisa is a very, very strong skater, good technique, but this was not her night. She couldn't get the feel of the checkout. But I'm most certain that the next time we see her, hopefully on the Junior Grand Prix this season, it'll be a much different story. Our next skater represents Latvia, Natasa Imerliska, 15 years old, 2nd Junior Grand Prix season.
Representing Latvia,
拉脱维亚选手
Natasa Yermolitska.
Natasha Jamalitska from Latvia breaking the kind of bad juju chi and the energy by coming out and delivering a 7 triple skate in her junior free skate. So we have finally kind of broken the curse of what was going on before with some solid jumping and good positive grades of execution on some of the passes within that 10 element free skate.
Really good jump technique and successful landings as well. She was in control of her body, knew when she had to check out. We'll take a look at some of these elements right here. Here's the triple flip straight up into the air. Nice and tight legs and feet into the triple toe loop. Lifting way up, clearing the landing, absolutely clean. There's the triple loop. It's a beauty. And here's a look at a double axel. That was attended, and that edge, I meant to slow that down, was just called a whack, so it slipped away from her. But she comes back with the triple Lutz, Euler, triple Salka. I don't know how she made that work. Double axel, powerful. Wow. You want to carry a little bit more flow across the ice on that sequence, but go ahead, Mark, sorry.
I was going to say total respect to Natasha for being able to deliver a big value combination, the 15 points on that element after the waxel. But perhaps as Polina joins her in the kiss and cry, perhaps Yuma Kageyama doing the exact same thing at this year's World Championships maybe just helps her feel in good company. Although, I dare say, we've all experienced a waxel in our time.
Yeah, it is. It just, you know, it's really scary. You know, you're standing on your foot and all of a sudden your foot's beside your head, right? You're almost upside down.
Wah!
But what great technique Natasha has. And I think she's got to be pretty happy with that performance. She has a 96.23 personal best in the free program. Not sure that we'll see that score here, but she certainly...
But I think chance for us to remind everybody that because there's one less jump, most of the scores this year, this skate may be her personal best skate, but because of the criteria this year, that might not match that 96 pointer.
Yeah, very true. She'll need just a 74.86 to actually take the lead, and she's certainly going to clear that. And there's that smile.
Yes, we have people that are happy in the kiss and cry finally. This is good.
Free program scores for Natasha, 93.17. That is first in the free program, of course, with a total competition score of 138.52. As she takes the lead at this stage of the competition. Good job. Our next skater represents the Netherlands, Luca Dijkhuizen. She has a 103.05 personal best in the free program, earning that last year in Gdansk, the final competition of the Junior Grand Prix last year, and she will skate the free program to Cruella.
This is a chance for us to see choreography by Estonian Olympian Eva Lotta Kibus.
over the hills, from Bella to Ville, from Bella to Ville. The fear on your face, it gives me a thrill. Who wants to be nice? Who wants to be tame? All good guys, they all seem the same. Original, criminal, dressed to kill. Just call me Cruella de Vil. Call me crazy, call me insane, but you're stuck in the past, and I'm ahead of the game. A life lived in penance, it just seems a waste, and the devil has much better to taste. And I tried to be sweet, I tried to be kind, but I feel much better now that I'm out of my Well, there's always a line at the gates of hell, but I go right to the front 'cause I dress this well. Rip it up, leave it all in tatters. Beauty is the only thing that matters. The fabric of your little world is torn. Embrace the darkness and be reborn. The fear on your face, it gives me a thrill.
Dutch skater Luca
Representing
de Kuysen
Netherlands,
荷兰
skates
选手
incredibly
Luca
well, and
Dijkhuizen.
I feel very mindful of seeing this skater perform brilliantly at the Solidarity Cup in Gdansk last year, and now this performance just makes her, to me, seem like a skater of greater consistency than so many that we see on the junior circuit, because every one of those triple jumps, sub-marring the opening triple-triple, was delivered with an ease, and that is a box-ticking criteria for a good grade of
It
execution.
reminds me that of Hannah Bath at a certain stage. You saw such solid
Yeah.
technique and easy jumping passes. We saw that last year, and we saw that on display here tonight. Wasn't all perfect, but she does the triple flip, gets into the double toe, but after that, another triple flip, solid. Good flow in the landing. Good speed going in and out of the jumps. Here's the triple Lutz, hands above the head. Look at the speed on that landing edge up into the double axel, and another one. Powerful and precise. Triple loop, no problem. So if she can keep that consistency mark and then add, of course, a little bit more connection with the music, wow, it's going to be special.
Yes, and I resonate with your comparison to Hannah Bath from a jump technique perspective. And for me, in terms of the program, actually, there are a few moments when I was really conscious of the connection with the music in terms of the movement. And I think Eva Latakivas has done a great job with the movement to music. And now that's a little bit more reflected in the
scores,
composition. Now it would be a presentation, the more emotional,
Luca
facial,
Dijkhuizen
energetic.
has earned
commitment from Luca.
104.71 points for her free skate.
Well,
She has a combined
104.71, nice
total
score. That is first in the free
150.55
program with a
points and is currently
150.55
in
for
first
Luca
place.
as she takes over
戴克
first
惠森
place.
自由滑得分为
Good performance,
104.71
good score.
分，总得分为150.55分。目前
Good experience.
And taking it all in her stride.
Yeah. Our next skater representing Kyrgyzstan, Zlata Sabrina, 16 years old, first junior Grand Prix event. Big building, audience, new experience for Zlata.
And Zlata, a skater who has mastered the backflip that Adam Xi'An popularized, and it's distinctly possible that we might see one within the choreo sequence in this program.
See reflections on the water, more than darkness in the depths. See him surface in every shadow. On the wind, I feel his breath. Golden eye, I found his weakness.
Kyrgyzstan's Zlata Saprina completes her free skate, and respect to Zlata, like some others have done, coming back from an unfortunate opening element and rallying through. My classy skater, moves with some quality, good speed, some good jumping passes, just very little transitional content.
Yeah.
Obviously at a stage of development whereby she just had to get the job done regarding the jumping passes.
Well, she certainly has some, good technique. It didn't all work. There's the triple flip, a little bit of a wrap in the air and under rotated, and then takes the fall. And comes back down the ice. Triple Lutz, hands above the head, no problem there. And so a good part of her technical ability already exists. It's just delivering that consistently in the program and then getting connected to the music a little bit more. Here's a look at the triple Salchow later in the program. A little bit too far forward, struggling on some of the landings, but making them still work. Just losing grade of execution, so she'll lose some points on quality. See that back Bielman. Not easy to keep balanced on that spin.
I think on review, just being able to find each of those bullet points for the positive GOE, because she's fundamentally got good technique, just devoting the time to the landing or the creative exit or the sustenance of the landing position to help take what is some good technique and elevate it with more score. Whereas her coach is looking at takeoffs, I think. He's simulating some of the takeoffs.
Yeah. Well, you want to see, what I like about her, you want to see that momentum, not to be afraid of a jump. She's attacking the jump, and that's so important, and using momentum. Now you want to stabilize the body to make it really efficient on a consistent basis. Let's take a look at the free program score for Zlata Saprina from Kyrgyzstan. It's an 88.12. Now that's third of the free program. The total competition score of 135.76. That will put her, for the moment at least, into third place. There's a look at your leaderboard. Your top 5 skaters so far, with 13 skaters yet to come. Our next skater represents Italy, Chiara Minigini, 18 years old, second Junior Grand Prix season. Mark?
Chiara will be skating to American and Afterlight. Italy's Chiara Minigini. Chiara, delighted to be back competing again. She was ruled out of last season because of injury, back on the international circuit, but mindful coming into this event that she felt a little bit underprepared because she had so many months off the ice through injury. Short program was really good. This was more of a struggle inevitably because she hasn't had that competition experience to rely upon from last season. But now this was a stepping stone towards the senior events because Chiara will be competing in senior challenger events.
Well, certainly a strong skater, there's no question. Executed some really nice elements, had some challenges in other ones. Here's the triple Salchow, and really loopy in the air. Really never converted into an efficient rotation position. Here's the triple flip. That was good. That was good conversion into a nice straight tight position in the air. Looked like an under rotation maybe on the third jump. Yeah, the double toe is downgraded. In fact, there's the camel spin, change of edge. That was well done. And good sit spin position as well. Change combo spin in level 4. Yeah, really nicely centered as well. Takes a lot of strength and flexibility to execute those spins. They take about 20 seconds of your program, so there's a lot of work being done.
Yeah, spins perhaps physically even more demanding, whereas the jumps arguably more mentally demanding.
And, true, because the jump happens in less than a second, and half a second, and the spins go for 20 seconds.
And with this being Chiara's first event since December last year, it's good that she's just initiated back that competition fire for the rest of this new season.
Yeah, absolutely. You had to start somewhere, and here it is, 75.36. That is 6th in the free program with a 126.03 total competition score. That'll move her for the moment into 4th place with two groups, 12 skaters yet to come. Okay, Mark, I hear that Zamboni rounding around the end of the rink. What do we have from a video playback list to watch during the break?
This our final video to watch back. It's a chance for us to listen to Yildao and the interview that we conducted with her in Abu Dhabi. She's one of the ISU Commission members.
Yeah. Here we go. We'll be back.
Here with Yildao Gemser from the ISU Commission, the coordinator, the director, the chairman. You do a lot for that commission. Can you tell us a little bit about the commission itself, just for people who don't know much about the ISU Development Commission, what it does for all sports?
Well, yes, we are serving all the disciplines that the ISU has, and we are a commission that consists out of 4 persons that are located worldwide. So we are actually covering the globe, so to speak, and representing both the more developed members and the less developed members. Let's put it in a good way. So we have the experience from what is needed to be on the top level, but also we have the experience from those members that are actually starting to develop skating.
Well, within the skating world, we've seen pair seminars and dance seminars, of course, short track and long track. There's lots of development going on within the skating world, but there's much more to it. And Mark,
well, we're keen to know. We're obviously in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, and it's an amazing accomplishment to have an event of this stature here. Can you tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing to develop all figure skating, speed skating, different skating sports in less developed skating nations?
Well, it's unique that we are here. This is I feel so blessed and honored to be part of history.
Yes.
For the first time, a junior Grand Prix is in the desert. It's amazing. You know, it's like we go from sand to ice. If you saw the opening ceremony yesterday,
incredible.
It was not that long time ago that there was basically nothing happening here. And the story behind how they built ice to attract expats,
yes,
to make them feel at home more, and this way also have an impact on the inhabitants that are originally grown up here is amazing. So what we do is to try to team up the region so that that they develop and grow up together.
Yes.
From our program, we have visiting coaches, visiting countries, and help them to build up the sport, and also to build up coaches. We have camps that are targeting the smaller countries, and they develop together. And we want to do a more sustainable way of developing. So we not only develop skaters, we also develop coaches and officials. So we strongly believe that this is the interaction that we need.
Oh, that's amazing. So that's presumably a big part of the ISU Vision 2030, the sustainability, whilst providing the education, which potentially leads us on to discussion a little bit about the e-rink and e-learning, because that's a sustainable way to transfer information without geographical pursuits and travel. Yeah?
Yeah, well, you know, not everyone has the access to knowledge. And if you are not trying to find ways to bridge that gap, it's very hard to make it accessible. So especially in countries where the knowledge is lacking or where they don't have ice rinks even, we provide the bridge. Like, we are basically the home of education of skating. That's what e-rink is about.
It's an amazing concept, and actually we would like to learn a little bit more about the e-rink and e-learning, because there are so many wonderful resources that we can find online. You said there are over 100 videos from which we can learn from on that platform?
We have about 136, 138 courses, modules, some longer, some shorter, available for everyone for free. You can just sign up and browse whatever you want to learn about. So it's and the good thing is it's made from the skating community for the skating community. So we are using experts, we are using our resources from centers of excellence, for example, and coaches. Brian Orser has provided us with great videos on figure skating. So it's really, yeah, I would invite everyone and recommend everyone to.
I'll be doing some more research and watching more videos.
And that's fantastic for the skating community itself, and many people visiting it, of course. Wonderful resources. What about the fan base? Because as we're reaching out 2030, we want to increase more people to come inside the building and watch these incredible athletes through their career and their journey. But if they want to learn more about the sport, can they access that as well?
Yes, of course. Of course. It's for free, it's open, so anyone can sign up. You can find it easily through the ISU website, and you just click e-rink, and you fill in your name and your information, and then you have direct access to all the resources we have available.
Okay, so just before we wrap this up, what is the next big project of the Development Commission? What's on the paper? You can tell us, and we'll not tell anybody. No, just kidding. What's the next big?
One great. I would like to mention two things. When we stick to the e-rink, we are at our next step will be to translate content into more languages, so it is even more accessible. We currently have mainly English as the language, but we are really looking to have more content translated into other languages such as Spanish, for example, which allows us to reach a broader audience. And we are listening very well to what the needs are of our members and our community. So if people want to learn about things, please let us know, and we will find an expert to create some education on it. The thing for the Development Commission, for figure skating especially, is that we are launching a pilot project this year, and it's about how to build up figure skating in your country and how to build up a testing system. And the members can actually apply for it to participate.
We were actually chatting to Ice Skate Egypt, and they were talking about some of this concept as well, and it's just wonderful to hear so much action happening. But I think what's really great for us to also hear is the unity that you're talking about. There's a cohesive desire to hear from the community so that we can serve the community, and that seems very evident in your work as well.
Yes, we are really listening to the needs of the community. That's what development is about. You know, you cannot develop from behind your computer and just imagine what would be a need. No, we need to reach out and to be open for.
You're doing that. You're definitely doing
Well, I know.
we do our best. Let's do it.
Well, I know in our sport here, the sport of figure skating, it's becoming globalized, if you will. We're seeing skaters from all over South America, now here in the Middle East as well. It's so exciting. It's really enriching our sport for the future. So we thank the ISU Commission, Development Commission, for all the work that you're doing, all the work that you have done and will do in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we are really proud of the results.
You should be.
Let's welcome our next group of skaters.
欢迎第5组选手入场。
From United States of America,
美国选手
Annika Chow. Representing Czechia,
捷克选手
Daria Timofeyeva. Representing Canada,
加拿大选手
Victoria Baraktina. Representing Hong Kong, China,
中国香港选手郭信宇。
representing People's Republic of China,
中国选手金淑贤。
representing AIN,
选手
Varvara Stahovic. Skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
Welcome back, everyone. Well, we are in the final 2 groups. This is a group number 5 on the ice right now, and it starts to get really interesting as we start to see some really good skaters under the bright lights, and we can see the audience there as well.
After 2 fifth-place finishes, she won silver at the
skaters
2026
battling for
US
the top 3
Junior
spots.
Championships.
There are points that come with that, and of course medals as well. As we take a look at Annika from the United States. Mark, let's talk a little bit of an item that's very dear to you and to me. You start first.
Yes. So in our breaks and generally in preparing for these events, we're always trying to research on the athletes to better praise and respect the humans that go out onto the ice and deliver the entertainment that so many thousands of us around the world are enjoying. And so when I'm on my phone researching for the athletes, I noticed that there was an athlete that's competed in this event that has said that they have struggled to be able to enjoy their participation here because they see a small but vocal group of skaters who showcase a lot of hate towards the athletes. And I find it really quite interesting that there can be people that will stand behind a keyboard and show vitriol towards these young humans who are representing their countries doing their absolute best. And I would love to do a case study because I'm quite confident that those that have the audacity to critique the people that are performing here will have rarely, if ever, competed at this level. I also would hope that the people that have that vulgarity to be so cruel to the people that are competing, to be nasty about what they deliver, I would like to think that none of them are parents, because I am a parent and I have competed at this level, and with that in mind, I would choose never to be as vile as critiquing these humans. And that's my perspective, and I've got a fair amount of life experience, and I've met a fair amount of Olympic champions. Unfortunately, I will now corroborate the fact that being an Olympic champion in figure skating is an amazing feat, but being a good human and a kind-hearted human is a bigger and more important feat to achieve. That's what I've got to say about that.
Okay, there you go. Drop the mic there. I mean, listen, I fully agree, absolutely 100%. You know, and I feel to some degree that there might be something wrong with these people that do that because they're afraid to look themselves in the mirror or to question whatever, because the simplest thing in life to do is to criticize others rather than look at yourself in the mirror. So, you know, life is short. It really can be very, very short. So living in a negative world with negative people who are just destructive towards others, they must be going through some pain themselves, not making excuses for them, but there must be something wrong with them when they do that. So, you know, really unfortunate. We know the ISU is working very hard on protection of their athletes online. So I'm not sure exactly what's happening on that front, but I know there is a program.
Yeah, so true. And I think, you know, it's important, you know, we can't wait to watch these top tier groups and look at the skater on the ice now. Just stunning body alignment and hopefully an amazing triple lutz at the end of it. Amazing, wonderful. But to some extent, you know, it's not really the outcome, it's the journey with which these athletes have experienced in life. It's exciting for us to share. These skaters give us glorious moments to enjoy. But in 10, maybe 20, maybe 30 years' time, the quality of skating won't be like this. But they will remember how they felt. They will remember how they felt at any given point in their life, and hopefully skating gives them something to celebrate. And so that, I think, is important. Anybody that's critiquing and lambasting and dragging people down is going to impinge upon that, because skaters too see social media.
These are the strong and courageous people. They're on the ice. The weaker people are on the keyboard criticizing people. So anyways, you know, we stand very strongly behind the athletes, and we condemn those that just send out negative messages about people that have remarkable ability, courage, and skill. So that said, let's start to cover this event and move on, and those people will have to cope in their lives on their own.
Well, what I
because
would
they
say
may
though,
be
Ted,
very
you
alone.
took a very excellent stance, though. Those that choose to showcase bit nastiness towards these athletes, though, you were very right. You were compassionate in recognizing. I feel sorry for anybody that's in a position in their own life whereby they think that that's okay, because, like you said, that can't be joyful.
I don't even know if they, and I don't even know if they think it's okay. I just think that there's something wrong with them in order to have to do that to make themselves feel better. So, but you know, we've said that. Let's now start to cover it and celebrate the athletes that we see on the ice, and they are remarkable athletes, and sometimes they have really bad days. There's no question of that, but they get back up and they get back on the ice and they try again. And that's something special.
And you know, back on track. Let's hope now that energetically in this amazing venue, you know, everybody's commenting online, the skaters themselves, about what an incredible venue this is for them to compete and to perform in. Let's hope now that energetically in the arena, because there are some home nation athletes on the ice, the excitement and the adrenaline will inspire and fuel the skaters from all the nations to give some cracking performances in this opening.
Yeah, and we've seen some good skating, but it has been up to this point a little bit challenging from the skaters. Some really good technicians had an off night, right? So, but the last two groups here really shone in the short program, and we wish them the very best as they pursue the podium and pursue an improvement or a personal best score. As we get started on group number 5, the final event on day 2 here in Xi'An, China, the first week of the Junior Grand Prix. Our first skater represents the United States of America, 16-year-old Annika Chow. This is her 4th Junior Grand Prix season.
She's recently won the silver medal at the Cranberry Open at the Skating Club of Boston.
And Annika also won the US Junior Team Cup in Milwaukee, which was an important step en route to this Junior Grand Prix, hoping to replicate the quality she showcased there now to Romeo and Juliet. America's Annika Chow concludes the program with the death of Juliet. You could see as she was working through her choreographic spin, the knife through her heart, how perfectly delivered to the music at the conclusion of a program. I'll be interested to see back some of the opening elements, Ted, because I think based on the disappointment that Annika had in the short program, she was potentially a little bit conservative at the opening. I'm not sure if she tapped down and two-footed or under-rotated some of the earlier jumps. And then in the midsection of the program, she appeared to really attack both of the triple lutzes. So we'll get a chance to look back.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some of these elements in slow motion to see. It's the triple flip here was landed on the quarter in the judging system, up into the triple toe loop, and that was clean. The triple loop coming up here was under rotated. You can see that foot turn actually on the ice on contact. So those, this was a good skate. Okay, she's losing points because of the under rotations, but I think for Annika, a little bit of redemption from the short program. What a beautiful spinner she is. Really elegant performance.
Yeah, so much to admire in what Annika and the team output. I think just again, I think we acknowledged it in the short program as we look at the second. It's this one, I think. Oh, this was the first with the double axel sequences.
Yeah.
I think that looks was better than the second. But Grant doubles up as coach and choreographer, and that's a rarity, I think, in a lot of North American rinks, and he's incredibly good at the choreography. As we see the spinning prowess she has. I like this. Perfectly on music, and again remembering that this choreographic spin element that has been added this year, part of the criteria for that is how the element matches the music, and that was a stellar example of that.
Yeah, I was fortunate to be in Milwaukee when she skated at the test event for the juniors in the United States. Just as such a beautiful skater, elegant, there's no question. These little items are going to be a little bit costly when you're in a field that is so strong. But if she can clean those up, the score is going to be significantly higher than it is. It's still pretty good score, there's no question, because of the quality of the skater. But she's got a quarter, she's got an under rotation, and she has one that's downgraded. So you remove those, and that's going to add, a nice chunk.
Yeah, it's interesting because we saw the score input before those reviews had been made, and it was looking at a healthier score. It will still be enough to lead the field, but Annika came into this competition hoping to be pushing towards top group at least.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the score, 104.16. That is second in the free program for Annika. Total competition score of 157.12, and that'll put it for the moment into first place. Our next skater represents Czechia, 14-year-old Daria Timofeyeva, and coached by Peter Bedar, who was a world pair skater competitor back in 2010. She's choreographed by Adam Soya. She'll skate to Moulin Rouge. One day I'll fly away in sparkling diamonds.
Daria had one of the sort of personal best skates for themselves in this short program. Let's hope that she can enjoy the same now in the free skate.
Follow the night. Can't stand the light. When will I begin to live again? One day I'll fly away, leave all this to yesterday. What more could your love do for me? When will love be through?
Czechia's Daria Timofeeva skating well here. In addition to the short program success that she had, another solid outing here in the free skate. And this, an improvement significantly than the test skate outing that she had in order to secure her place here not long ago. So a skater definitely on the rise. And at this early stage in the season, she essentially laying down her statement to become one of Czechia's top young junior women.
Yeah, no question. She certainly has the skill and the determination, the personality. It's all going there and just gaining the experience to be consistent like any of the athletes, which is so easy to say, so hard to do. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. There's the triple Lutz, nice and tidy, arms above the head, straightening that back up into the double axel. Patient in between, lifting way up for the second double axel. Really good start to the program. 13.58 points off that one element. There's the triple flip. Little bit of over rotation. Couldn't get the free leg back out in time to stabilize the landing and had to do a 3-turn. Another triple flip right here. And gets all the way around on that. Maybe you want to point the toe a little bit more, stretch it out. Lots of energy. Mark?
And interesting for Daria in what she's just delivered. Of course, this season, 6 jumping passes for the women. Only one of the jumps was reviewed, and ordinarily that is what takes up the time for us all waiting the judges' scores, is the review of the rotation on the jumps. And so that testament to the technique that she has created with Coach Peter Bidar.
Free program scorers for Daria Timofeeva from Czechia. 101.70. Now that is third in the free program with a total competition score of 158.28 as she takes the lead. Nice job. Our next competitor represents Canada, 16-year-old Victoria Baraktina. She's coached by Joey Russell and Brian Orris, or choreographed by Joey. A 109.44 personal best, earning that last year in Bangkok.
And as is a theme for Canadian skaters today, the Canadian ice dancers perform to Vita. Now Victoria, she too skates to Don't Cry for Me, Argentina.
From here. Have I said too much? There's nothing more I can think of to say to you. But all you have to do is look at me to know that every word is true.
Representing Canada,
加拿大选
Canada's
手
Victoria,
Victoria
Baratina
Baratina.
opening with a luscious triple flip, triple toe, and back that up with some big quality jumping passes. Some lofty elevation
Yeah.
on the jumps for Victoria.
Yeah, and I've seen her.
As
A,
our
nu- a,
teammate
nu-
skater.
I've seen her a number of times, and she seems to be skating with more confidence now. And you know, a really good start to this program. I think with a beautiful music like that, as she continues to gain confidence, does she connect with the music a little bit more? Yes, there's choreography, and yes, it is phrased to some degree, but emotionally. It can grow. It will grow. Sorry, let's put it that way. But certainly that was a stellar performance for her on the international stage. We see the triple flip, just wonderful up into the triple toe loop. So solid, so strong. Flow in and flow out. Triple Lutz, little bit of wrap, like a bit of a mispick, but she made it work. Triple loop was a beauty. Wow.
And I think as we look at this, the second of the looses, another good length as well as the good height, and she carried that length through both of the double axels in this 3-jump sequence.
Yeah.
But knowing Joey is such a good choreographer, and I'm sure he's ready to go and layer up and develop the transitional content and maybe even increase the difficulty of this, the choreo spin, to enhance the second mark. But of course, the skaters are always so desperate to get the triple jumps done that becomes a priority. But
Well,
because apart from one flip, she's ready for.
Absol-
She did technically what she can.
No,
she could do no more with
absolutely, absolutely
PCS.
no question. You're absolutely right. It's not a criticism at all. It's that's the next stage of development for her, because when she does put those two things together, it's going to be really, really strong. She's already strong, very technically, and a beautiful skater. But when the emotional part comes in, that's going to make her just fly.
Yeah. So hard to divide the time appropriately, because all of the athletes are right. If you don't do a 7 triple program now, it's hard to stay competitive. So that has to be an obvious focus, and then it's just dividing enough training time or enough lesson time to be able to do that whilst doing the PCS.
Absolutely. You have to pick and choose. What are we going to learn first? What are we going to learn second? No question. Let's take a look at the scores for Victoria. 107.33. That's first in the free program with a total competition score, 164.77. And that'll put her in first place. Great job. Solid competition here for Victoria Baratina of Canada. Next skater represents Hong Kong, 15-year-old Ariel Guo. This is her third Junior Grand Prix season. She recently won the Thailand Open in Bangkok. Seems to have a lot of fans in the stands.
Yes, I was just thinking the exact same thing. And actually, she's amassed more fans because she was performing in the show Magic on Ice last month. So developing her performance skills and amassing more fans, hopefully, wherever she goes. Hong Kong's Ariel Guo applauds herself, and rightly so. This is
Yeah.
she has made significant improvement. I remember last season, one of her main goals was to qualify for the free skate at the Junior World Championships, having failed to do that in 2025. She achieved that, but something has happened since Tallinn, Estonia in March of this year, because Ariel Guo certainly at this event has showcased sizable progression, and indeed also at that Asian Open trophy, she had 114 points there, and that's, you know, a 10-point improvement, and I think this will be in the same kind of vein. So significant work has been done for this skater.
Yeah, when you start to discover what you're capable of yourself, you start to believe a little bit more, and then the road becomes a lot easier. But it takes time for that. There's the triple Lutz, triple toe to start the program. Nice and clean. No problem with the judges. There's the triple flip. Good extension, landing, nice riding that edge. And here's the triple Salchow. A little bit later, that is actually under-rotated in the system. The triple loop follows that. And that was good. Up into the two double axles. 13.30 points earned on that one element. There's the triple S a little bit late. A little bit rough on the landing, but she holds strong back and then takes a really unexpected fall.
It's interesting for Ariel because so often we'll remark about the lack of rotation that is done in the air for the skaters, particularly the women, to be honest. And what Ariel has managed to achieve, certainly this season it seems, or at this event, is the fast twitch fibers. She doesn't have masses of elevation like Victoria Baraktina, but she has managed to get that speedy, efficient, fast rotation to facilitate clean calls.
You're right. She's more efficient now with the time that she has in the air. And so she's getting more done. Yeah.
The flowers are bigger than she is.
Yeah. You can see the big smile on her face. And you've done your best. Let's take a look at the score. Her personal best is 104.37. But 113.30. There's the smile. First in the free program. Total competition 173.18 for Ariel. Wow, that is outstanding. And she takes the lead by about 9 points. Wow. Progress has been made and now delivered. Yeah, great job. Our next skater represents China. Xi'An Jin, 15 years old, third Junior Grand Prix season, placing 5th last year in Bangkok. And here she is at home. The fans just waiting for her to produce her best. And she'll skate to X Genesis Symphony by Muse.
representing
Wow,
People's Republic of
Xi'An
China.
Jin, how fascinated because she had the fist pump at the conclusion of the program and then the peace sign, and that showcased a sportswoman and a young 15-year-old. But prior to that, there's a young 15-year-old. Prior to that, there were 3.5 minutes of just refined, elegant class. And this young woman has already been a national senior champion. And that is an indication of the quality that she's possessed. But she certainly putting down a statement to get closer to the podium in this Junior Grand Prix.
That is the cleanest free program that I have seen in juniors for quite a while. I'm sure there's much more to come. But that was so tidy and so in sync with the music. Triple left, triple toe loop to start the program. And she just looked in complete control. The triple Salchow, soft knee bends, and lots of work on the landing edges. Everything seemed to have a flow out of it into a turn and a hold and extension. A little transition out of each one of those elements. The second triplettes here. Oh, what a beauty.
Oh, just glorious. Really facilitating that high grade of execution. And interestingly, Xi'An Jin was performing. She was invited to perform at the gala for the Four Continents Championships, the Senior ISU Championship held in Beijing earlier this year. And she looked right at home there too. And, you know, it just begs the question, what will happen for this 15-year-old before she's allowed to compete in the senior ranks, even though she's been a senior national champion? And I know that she's worked on triple axel. I even believe that I heard reports she's attempted quad axel. So she's mindful, as are her team, of the bigger picture.
And as soft and as delicate and as sophisticated she was, you could see in that fist pump she's fierce too as well. So yeah, just beautiful. That was outstanding. Let's take a look at the scores. Should be a pretty good score. She has a 126.94 personal best. What will this be? It's a 128.72, a new personal best, and that is first in the free program, of course, with a 188.80. She takes the lead. It puts the pressure on the skaters yet to come. Our next skater, neutral athlete, Varvara Stahovic.
And just leaving her coach, Elena, who she's been with for the past 4 seasons, Varvara Stahovic, opening with the same jump combination as the short program yesterday, but hoping for more success with the triple flip, triple toe.
Expectation hanging in the air, giving out a spark across the room. Your eyes are glowing in the dark, and here we go again. We know the start, we know the end. Master of the sea, we've done it all before, and now we're back to get some more. You know what I mean. Voulez-vous? Take it now or leave it. Now
The neutral athlete Barbara Stahovic skates quite brilliantly, and it just appeared like this young skater, the 13-year-old, had no intention to do anything other than skate cleanly. You perhaps sensed that any nerves that plagued her in the short program and incurred the fall in the jump combo had been turned into motivation to attack this performance.
Yeah, and you saw her
Looking
got
so
off the
much
ice with energy as well. She's excited to get at the boards and greet her coaches. And let's take a look at some of the elements inside the program here. Nice triple flip, good speed in, lots of flow on that, landing up into the triple toe loop, quick with the free leg back. So she was really alert in this program. Triple flip was nice. Yeah, good speed on the attack. There's the triple loop. Rides that edge, a little bit of a chatter on the blade, but that's okay. Triplets a little bit later with the hands above the head, up into the double axel, keeping that circle larger, not letting it cave in, covering a little bit more ice. And the last triplets right here, that was a beauty. You can see the arms pumping up into the air. Go ahead, Mark, sorry.
Well, what I was going to say is that because we've had the good fortune of seeing two clean performances back-to-back from Xi'An Jin and now Varvara, now we can differentiate what makes, the best, because this was brilliant. Delighted for Varvara. She's 2 years younger than Xi'An, and then the difference between the two is the refinement and the class and the program component scores. This was brilliant, and this paves the way now for her to tackle a little bit more of the grade of execution and component.
No question. A free program of 120.27, that is second in the free program with a 180.58. That'll put her overall into second place. So really, really good job. A little bit more refinement with her will make a huge difference as she's got strong competitors to go against. You can see 8 points ahead, or she's 8 points behind the leader at the moment. Well, it's warming up in here. Positive vibes as we get introduced to the final group in the women's free program.
Competitors
欢迎最后一组选手入场。
representing People's Republic of China,
中国选手金晨曦。
representing Republic of Korea,
韩国选手
Hwang Jong-yul, representing Japan,
日本选手
Wada Kaoruko, representing People's Republic of China,
中国选手刘玉轩。
representing Japan,
日本选手
Miyazaki Karen, representing AIN,
AIN 选手
Sofia Zabka, skaters, your 6-minute warm-up begins now.
运动员现在将进行6分钟热身。
Okay, Mark, the final group on day 2 here. We've seen some brilliant skating. A bit of a tough first half of the women's free program as we take a look at the current start list for the final group. It was a bit of a rough first
This
half, but it
13-year-old
has
makes her junior
gotten
Grand
warm
Prix
in this
debut
building,
here
that's
in
for sure,
Xi'an.
with some
She's
brilliant
currently
skates.
in 6th place after the short
Yes,
program.
absolutely.
Representing
And if you did
People's
not
Republic
see
of China.
Xi'An Jin's performance, definitely worth revisiting. And I wouldn't be disappointed if the performance that we saw from the leader thus far didn't medal, because it was of such a good quality. It depends whether or not Xi'An Jin's short program mistakes will prevent her from coming away with a medal here, as she awaits to find out her fate's dependent upon the 6 skaters on the ice currently. Interesting that it will be a Chinese skater that opens this group 2, both with the same surname, which incidentally, the Chinese character for Jin translates to gold. I don't think that the Chinese skaters will be getting gold at this event. I'm fairly confident this will be a Zebka, the leader after the short program will take the title. She was masterful and just brilliant in the short program. A very different approach that she has for the free skate, where she'll be performing to the Matrix, which is a completely different vibe to what she delivered yesterday.
Well, I think that's a pretty good bet, Mark, but let's not forget about Olympics and what we thought would happen in the men's event. So you don't really know. I know this is not the Olympic Games. It's a completely different scenario, and certainly Sophia is a wonderful skater, so I tend to agree with you for sure, but it's unpredictable. This is a very difficult sport physically and psychologically as well. So this is going to be exciting to see what happens. So many good skaters.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think that for what took place at the Olympic Winter Games in the figure skating events, kind of comforts perhaps some of these young junior skaters. Not that anybody would wish any of the expected favorites to do anything other than skate well, but it makes them realize we're all fallible.
They have to do their job and let the rest, let everything fall where it may. But if you don't do your job, you put yourself out of the equation. This is going to be interesting. And, you know, it's not just the medals. In fact, the medals are less important than the points that will be earned, because all of these skaters are looking to qualify for the Junior Grand Prix final, Chongqing in December. So they need those placements, they need those points, and then, of course, they'll have to have another good skate and another Junior Grand Prix a little bit later.
And just referencing then what's likely to qualify for the Grand Prix final, we saw skaters last season who had, I think, a bronze and a silver medal last season on the Junior Grand Prix wasn't enough to qualify to be one of the top 6 skaters. So the skaters really hoping to take one of those coveted top 2 spots here to make it a bit of a shoe-in, provided they repeat that feat.
Exactly. I mean, a bronze, you know, you'll take it if you can't get the gold or the silver. Put you a little bit behind a bit. You want that, you know, 15 or 13 points, and then you want to repeat that to give yourself, you know, a really solid chance to qualify.
So true. Karen Miyazaki, the skater in second place, looking quality here too.
Yeah, it's so important to make the Junior Grand Prix final, not only because of the competition itself, but because you are competing with your seniors, with your peers, you know, the category in which you're going to ascend to. So the learning curve at a Junior Grand Prix final is huge, and the value may pay dividends down the road.
Yeah, so very true. And just see Sophia's coach just checking in with some technical last pieces of information. And one of the things that I found so captivating about watching Sophia yesterday in her short program, every skater aspires to have an open neckline and a beautiful posture, but she managed to take that wonderfully open posture and take it off axis just to accentuate some of the steps, some of the landings. It was really a real movement.
It's true. The exploration of space around her, she used the space around her differently than the other skaters had. Yeah, good point.
Really good example for any aspiring skaters to case study, to just push themselves to demand more from their skating skills and indeed their grades of execution. You know, it ties into, you know, some of the other criteria that the judges are looking for. So they're wanting to see clarity of movement and body control and a whole repertoire of skating movements. And that is something that we hope to be treated to over the course of the next 40 minutes by the next 6 free skates.
You know, what you notice on this warm-up is that, well, first of all, they're all executing their elements beautifully. You don't see fear. These athletes at this moment are all completely focused and warming up beautifully. We'll see what happens in their free program.
Sophia Zebka just working her quad toe loop. She intends to open with a quadruple jump. We look forward to seeing how things will pan out in regards to the technical ante delivered over the course of this season. Oh, here we go.
There it is.
Oh, fantastic. And followed up with just a beautiful landing position as well. Now, last season at the Junior Grand Prix final, I think all 6 of the participants at the Junior Grand Prix final were working and including triple axel in their repertoire. So another kind of benchmark and reference point that may or may not be the same this year, but certainly it looks like quadruple jumps are a statement this season too.
Well, here we go. The final 6 skaters. Our first skater in the final group from China, Chen Xijin. She is 13 years old, and this is her first Junior Grand Prix assignment. She's in front of a hometown crowd here. She has a special moment.
And Chen Xijin, wouldn't be a total surprise to have guessed the music should you not have seen it on screen now. If you pay attention to her hairline there with Cats and the Andrew Lloyd Webber soundtrack accompanying this free skate.
Are you blind when you're born? Can you see in the dark? Can you look at a king?
Would you sit on his throne?
Can you say of your bite that is worse than your bark? Are you comfortable when you're walking alone? When you fall, do you land on your feet?
Are you tense when you sense there's a storm in the air?
Can you find your way blind when you're lost in the street? Do you know how to go to the heavy side lair? Were you Whittington's friend? Go play Piper's assistant. Have you been an alumnus of heaven or hell?
Are you lean like a minx?
Are you lean like a lynx?
Are you keen to be seen?
Were you there when the pharaohs commissioned the Sphinx?
If you weren't, you are. You're a jellicle cat. Jellicle songs for jellicle cats. Jellicle songs for jellicle cats. Jellicle songs for jellicle cats. Making up in the air like a flying trapeze. We can turn down the sun, the sun's mass on its time. We can sing at the same time before the monkeys. Jet always triumphant, different from the house. Jellicle cats are praise of the night. Random in pieces from the Messiah. Hallelujah, angelical choir. Memory, turn your face to the moonlight. Let your memory lead you. Open up and tell me if you find them. The meaning of what happiness is, then a new life Touch me, it's so easy to leave me all alone with the memory of my days in the sun. If you touch me, you'll understand what happiness is. Look, a new day has begun.
Chen Xijin, now more skaters when they take to the ice as their closing position are quite happy to stay down and rest a moment, but Chen Xijin immediately up to take the applause from an adoring audience in Xi'An. And that was another truly stellar performance. And it's just interesting now that we have been treated to so many clean skates over the course of the last half an hour or so that we have to dig deeper to differentiate all of these clean performances. And that was wonderful, but I think her 13 years of age is the difference essentially between what she delivered and Xi'An Jin, who leads the field. There's just a little bit more maturity and more composition from the previous Chinese skater who leads, but nevertheless, another star of the future, very evidently in front of us all.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you, Mark. And, you know, this is a brilliant skate, a nice clean skate, but still, when you're looking for the fine details that will make the difference between one and the other, this young skater has still got some work to do. But she's just 13. So much more in front of her.
And it was actually this point when she was going for this was the jump sequence, the triple loops and the two double axels. The memories track kicked in somewhere in the midst of this jump sequence. And for me, from a composition perspective, that's not got the musical sensitivity and timing that Xi'An Jin had within her exogenesis free skate.
I completely agree. You want the music to not, you know, be disjointed from what you're doing on the ice. Okay, I'm going to not listen to the music. I need to get this jump done. Jumping is choreography, and it still needs to match the music.
But, I mean, it sounds like we're critiquing, but actually that was quite brilliant from a 13-year-old.
Oh, yeah. I mean, incredible. We should just be quiet here and just say it was brilliant. Let the judges figure this out. Free program score. Well, 121.97. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 183.94. That also, for the moment, at least will put her overall into second place. Our next skater represents the Republic of Korea, Jeon-Yu Wong. 16 years old. This is her fourth Junior Grand Prix season. Mark?
Jeon-Yu just 4 points off the podium after the short program, finding herself in fifth place with aspirations of moving up as she skates to the Greatest Showman. But first, just clearing the ice, making sure that there are no debris. And to be fair, there's been a lot thrown onto the ice for the Chinese skaters, and well spotted from Jeon-Yu Wang to make sure that it's not in her way.
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for.
Representing
Korea's Jung Hyo Hwang fighting hard. There were moments where you could see this athlete really just trying to make their way through, not sure whether or not Jung Hyo Hwang was mindful and aware of what had gone before her when we've seen some really stellar performances. But that, unfortunately, on this occasion, based on what we have seen thus far, will struggle to remain competitive above the advancing two Chinese skaters that are behind her after the short program. That said, Ted, if I look back at Jung Hyo Hwang's result with this program at the Korean Junior Grand Prix selection trials, she had 105 points there. So perhaps this is just more of a reflection of where she's at as we see some of the more successful jumps early in the program.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. I mean, she's certainly a strong jumper, and we see that, and there's some work to be done in that area as well, but lots of work to be done on the skating skills and the connection, the transitions in the elements, and, you know, just not at that highest level, but she may be there very soon. You know, should she connect the choreography a little bit more maturity and whatnot. But these skaters are all under development, so they're at different stages of development. Very strong skater, Jun Yul. But lots more to come, I'm sure, as she continues to progress.
We've got different flower crowns at the Kiss and Cry here. There's obviously different creations being made as we see the skaters now becoming more and more familiar with wearing them after their performance.
Well, her personal best is 117.71. I believe that from last season. She's going to fall a little bit short on that. I think on this day it's a 102.96. That is 8th in the free program with a total competition score of 165.45, putting her at the moment into 5th place. But, you know, they'll look at the report card and they'll see, well, what's the difference? Why am I short on this? They'll make that list and they'll get to work on it. Our next skater represents Japan, 17-year-old Karuko Wada. This is her 3rd Junior Grand Prix season, Mark.
And Karuko has utterly incredible speed and ice coverage, and in the short program she had the 2nd highest component scores of all the competitors. Struggled a little bit with the technical element score, so hoping to marry the two together as she performs to music from Les Misérables.
You're clear.
Sometimes I walk alone at night when everybody else is sleeping. I think of him and I am happy with the company I'm keeping. The city goes to bed and I can live inside my head. On my own, pretending he's beside me. All alone, I walk with him till morning. Without him, I feel his arms around me. And when I lose my way, I close my eyes and he has found
Unfortunately, just was not her night. There's a triple Lutz, a little bit of a lean, and then had trouble getting into that triple toe loop. Downgraded 2-foot landing. Nice triple loop, under rotated, and 2-foot again. So just sort of a little loss of control in the air, not knowing when to check out. Searching for that balance, and she found it there in that jump. But clearly not her best skate. Well, 127.64 is her personal best in the free program, and this is going to fall very short of that, unfortunately. And just one of those performances for really strong. As we take a look at the technical panel, there were 5 elements under review. They're just currently looking at the flying camel spin at the end of the program. That is the one element currently under review. Yeah. Let's take a look at the scores for the free program. 104.29. That is 7th in the free program with a total competition score of 170.39. That'll put her into 5th place with 3 skaters to come. Our next skater represents China, Yuxuan Liu, 13 years old, new on the Junior Grand Prix. Not a lot of experience, but what a wonderful moment and opportunity she has here at home in front of an adoring audience.
Yuxuan, a little completes a free skate that otherwise would have been an impressive debut on the Junior Grand Prix, but unfortunately for Yuxuan, she follows her two compatriots who have delivered faultless skates, and so that makes it a challenge for this young 13-year-old to not look anything less than deflated. And as I mentioned in the short program, this is the Chinese woman who has landed quadruple salchos at domestic competitions. Perhaps she maybe needed something like that to stay above the others, because unfortunately the fall on the final element could be the reason that she now drops below her compatriots.
Well, let's look at some of the elements here. Opening up with a triple flip, triple toe loop, done, but maybe not with the same quality as some of the others. Nice triple loop. Some transitional steps right after. Triple flip. And perhaps not the same speed in and out of the elements as we have seen on some of the skaters as well. And then too far forward on that triple Lutz, Mark.
I completely agree, and perhaps going after Kaoruko Wada, who has so much speed and ice coverage, that became a little bit more obvious. So from a skating skills perspective, there's not the same length of push, depth of knee and ankle, so she doesn't have the luxury of a buffer in the second mark to perhaps, you know, make up the distance she's lost on that fall on the final jumping pass. Nevertheless, it's always disappointing when a skater is going to drop after the short program, but nevertheless, this confirming what strength of Chinese women's skating there is amongst all three of the women competing here.
Free program score 122.85. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 189.57, and that puts her into first place. Wow.
I will have wrong I was.
That is a surprise. A little bit, but very close.
The buffer she had after the short program was enough.
Yeah, that was enough. Our next skater from Japan, Karen Miyazaki. 13 years old, and this is her very first Junior Grand Prix event, and here she is in the final group. Mark.
How interesting to see Coach Kensuke Nakanawa just ensuring his student tries to stay calm and present in the moment. Uh, well, I'm inspired at Kara Miyazaki taking a moment to still thank and wave to the audience after obviously showcasing her frustration at the skate that was delivered because, again, just it feels like a little bit of a changing of the guard at this event because you know, for so many seasons we've had the Japanese skaters being triumphant, and now it's not Koreans, but it's actually Chinese skaters who are currently first, second, and third. And what Karen Miyazaki has just offered, I think, will make it hard to stay above all of the Chinese skaters because of the mistakes and a sense in this first Junior Grand Prix of the season that mistakes made now are proportionately more costly because there are less jumping passes, so they have a bigger impact, of course, on the ratio of the technical element score this season.
It's going to continue to build into interesting competition. And you're right, we've seen the Japanese skaters and the Koreans dominate over the last few years, but it's starting to change. It'd be added to, so it's just going to make it that much more exciting, not only for juniors, but as they move into seniors over the next 4 years as well, at least some of them. There's the triple loop attempt into a double, and then a double salchow. So things started to unravel just a little bit. Nice triple loop followed up there. You can see the energy of performance is still there, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually think Karen's performances, we see her choreographic spin with some hairography in there. She had a program construction that had arguably some of the best composition and presentation, and when she does her jumping passes, she has good height, good length, good takeoffs, good landings. So had she skated cleanly, I think she could have done enough to stay ahead of the Chinese skaters, but unfortunately, much like Kaoroko Wada, also from Japan, she just wasn't able to deliver a skate that could stay ahead of those.
There's little wiggle room. You've got to be on your game because there's too many good skaters around now, which makes it very exciting. Total score, or 112.95 for the free program, that is 6. And a total competition score of 180.16. That'll put her currently into 5th place. And you can see, well, shucks, just missed that podium, but she understands it. And you can see right now with one skater to go, the podium is owned by the Chinese skater, but the next and final skater is in the lead by 5 points after the short program. Representing a neutral athlete is a neutral athlete, Sofia Zepka.
Sophia, we saw landing a wonderful quadruple toe loop in the warm-up. That will be the first in the planned program content. Stylistically, it will be a complete departure from the short program, which was so elegant. This time, she will be performing to music from The Matrix, the free skate.
The Matrix is a system. That system is our enemy.
Well, Sophia Zebka absolutely obliterating the competition. That quadruple toe loop, Ted, I think could be one of the highest valued quad toes in women's skating, because for me it ticked so many boxes in terms of positive grade of execution. One of the most effortless quad toes that I've seen ever done in the women's field, alongside the beautiful landing position that she possesses. That was quite brilliant.
Well, I haven't seen 3-point in the GOE in any of the junior skaters over the last few years, and this is a total score of 12.51 for that first element, one jump. Amazing. Followed up by 10.75 on the triple flip, triple toe loop. So she was gaining base value plus, there it is. Look at the extension and the landing and the flow as well. Great speed in and out. Little rough landing on that. Little slow with the free leg. Triple Lutz, Euler, Patience, triple sow. Up into the double axel. So she was in control totally all the time throughout this program. Little hop there as well on that landing edge, the triple loop.
It's just, the landing position from Sophia is just textbook. She has such a quality posture and extension, making it so pleasing to look at. For me, Ted, she's just, a different league from the others. I personally preferred the short program from a choreographic perspective. I thought that the clubbed to death track in this free skate maybe wasn't articulated as well musically as it might be as the season progresses. But that's is almost always the case, that when you see the better the skater, the more you want from them, because they're just so brilliant.
And also, she's showing contrast of her abilities to perform at different pieces of music, different styles. Wow. Well, let's see. Go ahead, Mark.
As we await the scores, it's interesting that we don't make necessarily comparison directly upon previous seasons. Just to reiterate, this season, one less jumping passes, so we have to expect that the scores will be slightly lower than were previously, because there aren't the 7 jumping passes and only 2 combinations or sequences. But even still, this will be a lofty score.
They're smiling before they see it. They think pretty confident. Let's take a look at the score. Free skate score 140.54. Clearly first place in the free program with a total competition score of 213.28. The champion, Sophia Zebka. There's a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard. The future is very bright for junior and senior figure skating for the next perhaps 8 years, Mark.
Oh, wonderful skating, and great to see a different approach. Of course, we've got Sophia leading the field by a country margin, and then you have 3 strong Chinese skaters all skating with class and quality as well. So much to look forward to after this first stage of the Junior Grand Prix, with 6 women's events yet to come before we decide who will be the top 6 at the final.
And that concludes our coverage on this day, except you can stay online, stay with us, and you'll see the medal ceremony. But Mark and I will step aside. We hope that you will join us tomorrow for the final 2 events, the men's free program and the pairs free as well, to conclude week number 1 on the Junior Grand Prix. For all of us here at the ISU, please stay on to watch the medal ceremony. We're happy you've joined us. We hope you'll join us tomorrow. For all of us here at the ISU, thank you for watching. Good night, everyone.
ISU Figure Skating Junior Grand Prix Xi'An 2026 Victory Ceremony Women.
2026国际滑联世界青年花样滑冰大奖赛西安站女子单人滑颁奖仪式现在开始。
Third and winner of the bronze medal.
铜牌获得者
From People's Republic of China.
中国选手金淑贤。
Second and winner of the silver medal.
银牌获得者
From People's Republic of China.
中国选手刘玉轩。
First and winner of the gold medal.
金牌获得者
Representing AIN.
AIN 选手
Sofia Zepka. Please welcome the president of the Chinese Figure Skating Association, Ren Hongguo. He will award the medals.
有请中国花样滑冰协会主席任洪国先生为获奖运动员颁发奖牌。
Please welcome the marketing director of Shanghai Sinopeak Pharmaceutical Company Limited, Zhao Xin. He will award the gifts.
有请上海新丰制药有限公司营销总监赵鑫先生为获奖运动员颁发礼品。
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the anthem of the winner.
女士们、先生们，请起立，奏获胜曲。
Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists.
女士们、先生们，让我们向获奖运动员表示热烈的祝贺。
ISU Figure Skating Junior Grand Prix Xi'an 2026 Victory Ceremony Ice Dance.
2026国际滑联世界青年花样滑冰大奖赛西安站冰上舞蹈颁奖仪式现在开始。
Third and winners of the bronze medal.
铜牌获得者
From Canada,
加拿大组合
Summer Homick and Nicholas Bulow. Second and winners of the silver medal.
银牌获得者
From Italy,
意大利组合
Zoe Bianchi and Danielle Basile. First and winners of the gold medal.
金牌获得者
Representing AIN,
AIN 组合
Maria Fefelova and Artyom Valov. Please welcome second level inspector of the Sports Bureau of Xi'an, Wu Yilun. He will award the medals.
有请西安市体育局2级巡视员吴义伦先生为获奖运动员颁发奖牌。
Please welcome the co-founder of Daxian Technology Xi'an Company Limited, John Bo. He will award the gifts.
有请大象科技西安有限公司联合创始人张博先生为获奖运动员颁发礼品。
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please stand for the anthem of the winner.
女士们、先生们，请起立，奏获胜曲。
Ladies and gentlemen, these are your medalists.
女士们、先生们，让我们向获奖运动员表示热烈的祝贺。